Okay, so good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone, and welcome to day 4 of Focus on Conservation 2025, Roots to Resilience. The theme of day 4 is Resilient Futures, and within the context of building resilient futures, our speakers today are exploring innovative technologies to support collections care practices, rethinking approaches and frameworks for conservation, and developing community-led strategies that bolster the resilience of cultural heritage in the face of future challenges. My name is Kim Kratzen, and I will be your moderator for today. I am a Berlin-based conservator of modern materials and contemporary art, working alongside Key Culture and Key Futures to promote sustainable cultural heritage practices. This online conference is a collaborative effort of many individuals working hard behind the scenes, including members of the Leibniz Research Network Preservation, the International Council of Museums Committee for Conservation, the Smithsonian Institution, Key Culture, the Museum für Naturkunde Berlin, Deutsches Museum, and the Deutsches Bergbau-Museum. So we extend deep gratitude to all the committee members and their colleagues for organizing such an insightful and informative event. Please note that all talks in this conference will be recorded for online publication, and your registration for this event will give you access to the recordings, and you will receive an email when the recordings are available. We would also like to thank our colleagues at Prince Media for partnering with us to help the technical backbone of this conference. If you have technical questions, you can write Prince Media directly in the Zoom chat. I also want to make a note that there's closed captions available on Zoom for those who need it. It's in the settings on the bottom of the menu bar. So in this conference, we aim to create the feel of an in-person conference within this digital setting by offering as many opportunities for conversation as possible. There are end-of-day breakout rooms where you can contact or connect directly with speakers and interactive tools designed to keep everyone actively engaged. Slido is the platform we're using to submit questions to the speakers, and all questions for them should be entered there. Please avoid posting questions for speakers in the Zoom chat and use the Zoom chat only for technical issues or important announcements for all participants. Since there may be more than one speaker in an ongoing session, please put an @ symbol plus the speaker's name at the beginning of your question. This will help our team who's monitoring Slido to organize your questions for the Q&A. The Slido link and QR code will be visible on your screen throughout the day and will also be in the Zoom chat for everyone to access. There are 2 tabs in Slido, if everyone wants to check them out now. One tab is for Q&A, so please pose your questions to the speakers here. You can also vote for questions from others you would like to see asked by clicking on the thumbs up icon. Moderators behind the scenes will then well, I'm the moderator, I'm on the screen. I will then pass the questions along to the speaker during the Q&A session. There's a second tab on Slido for poll questions. Throughout the conference, we'll be asking the audience different questions to help us learn more about you, your work, your interests in the conference topics, and future and suggestions for future conference topics. Let's go ahead and try that function now. If I can ask everyone to go to Slido. You can find the QR code again and answer the following question. With Slido, it's best to keep your answer short, so 1 to 3 words max. And our question to start off the conference today is, what is a word that best describes how you feel about the future of conservation and collections care? And I see some answers coming in. We have positive is leading the charge here. That's good. That's a good start to the day's talks. Exciting, hopeful. I was hoping to see that. Hopeful. We have an apprehensive, which is fair. This is fair enough. It's okay to be apprehensive about the unknown. Exciting is another one. Global. Hopefully, yes. We are hoping to make this global. This is also part of Resilient Futures is international knowledge exchange, innovation. We'll be talking about a lot of innovation today. Wonderful. Thank you all. And thank you again for joining us. As we begin our presentations for the day, I would like to remind speakers to turn off their cameras and microphones unless they are presenting. And in order to stick to time, I'm not reading the full biographies, but all the bios and presentation abstracts are available on the conference website hosted by ICOM-CC. The links are in the chat. So Without further ado, let's begin day 4, Resilient Futures, with a keynote by Emma Gita, Chief Executive Officer at the Institute of Conservation, entitled From Traditional Models to Future Technologies, How Conservation is Innovating to Achieve Resilient Futures. Emma, thank you so much for joining us today, and the floor is yours.
Brilliant. Thank you, Kim. I'm just going to share my screen, so do shout if that's not working for any reason. Amazing. So good afternoon, or good morning, or as Kim said, good evening. I know we're all in very different time zones, but it's really, really wonderful to join you all today for day 4 of the conference. I'm Emma Gita. I'm Chief Executive at ICON, the Institute of Conservation. We have over 2,300 members, and although we primarily work in the UK, our membership is international. So I'm, as I said, delighted to be here and be joining the conference to explore how conservation is innovating to achieve resilient futures. Now, projecting forward to resilient futures, or just the future in general, can feel really challenging, potentially intangible, perhaps even an impossible task. But having said that, looking at the words that were being entered in Slido, perhaps actually it's a bit more positive, which is what we would hope. It's exciting. There's potential, and of course all that ambition for the future and for a resilient future. And I think it's really worth just emphasizing as a profession just how conservation really is a profession full of skilled individuals who certainly know how to problem solve and how to innovate. So we could describe conservation as a profession concerned with securing resilience and sustainable futures for heritage, potentially at its core. That's one of the key things that conservators do and are really good at, and collections care professionals, of course, the whole team who cares for heritage. And I just wanted to mention, I put a quote in here from Hannah Hart, and I met with her recently. She's an experienced conservator. She's also museum director at the London Museum of Water and Steam. And Hannah said to me, as conservators, we're always thinking about the next people, but you can't sacrifice the now for the people who are coming next. And then she added, they might not even be interested. And that really got me thinking. I thought it's a really interesting thought. It's kind of intriguing, and actually a reflection on the considerations that conservators have to balance, of course, access to heritage in the present and preservation of heritage for the future and for future audiences, researchers, communities, and much more widely for society. So are we simply looking at future outcomes, but through the lens of the present, or is it much bigger than that? If we're working to achieve resilient futures for heritage, we're considering the objects themselves, yes, but also the teams who care for the heritage, the organisational structures that support audience engagement and societal understanding of the role and the relevance of the heritage. We can only work with what we have today, but we can do so in a way that enables us to prepare for a future where we can adapt to face challenges and to be truly resilient. So in this presentation, I'll explore the ambition and commitment of conservators to achieving resilient futures for heritage, for themselves as professionals, for audiences, and of course, for wider society. So we might ask, or some people might ask, why does this matter? And actually, why is future resilience so important? Why should we prioritise it now? And I think it's pretty clear that today we're seeing myriad challenges, including, for example, climate change. And in 2021, just one example here, of course, but the historic Hurst Castle, which is the top right image on the slide. And this is a castle on the Isle of Wight in the UK. It's cared for by English Heritage, and it collapsed into the sea, suffered a partial collapse following long-term undermining of the building due to coastal erosion. The structure was built by King Henry VIII. It has a long history, including as a prison where King Charles I was imprisoned, and also as a defensive structure in both the Napoleonic Wars and the Second World War. And so quite rightly, a long-term and future-focused conservation project is now underway to ensure the building's resilience and that the powerful history of Hurst Castle can continue to inspire. And so, of course, that long-term vision and that long-term conservation project, yes, it's about physical prevention. You can see there the installation of a sea wall and sea defences. But of course, also it's about digitisation. It's about mapping that heritage asset. It's about mining those histories and just making sure that actually access to that engagement with that history, that heritage is so much more available and improved from what it was in terms of that genuine long-term resilience of the heritage. Of course, we face resource constraints and due to funding challenges, this was a recent report, it's pretty shocking, almost 530 UK museums have closed since 2000. And this was a report by the Mapping Museums Lab at Birkbeck, University of London. And whilst funding models for culture and heritage vary widely internationally, reliable funding and resilience reliable funding and reliance on a diverse range of funding streams is critical for long-term survival and success of museums and heritage collections. As the political and economic landscapes change, both those who care for heritage and those who fund them must innovate to ensure resilience long into the future. Heritage crime. So whilst it comes in many guises, crime against heritage is classed as an offence which harms the value of heritage assets and their settings. The image in the bottom right on the slide shows graffiti damage to a historic building in Essex, England, but theft of objects or historic material is also a real challenge. With the support of Historic England, police forces across the UK are now recognising the seriousness of heritage crime in its own right and the significant impact that it has on communities. So by raising the profile of this crime, highlighting the impact, police and communities are coming together to better protect their heritage. Of course, the world is continuously changing and caring for heritage has always faced challenges, such as, of course, the catastrophic Florence floods in 1966. They caused huge devastation and loss, but yet they led to revolutionary developments in collections care and conservation. And of course, many of you will recognise the very famous black and white image of the flooded galleries at the Galleria dell'Accademia in the city. And of course, today, over the course of this afternoon or this session, this day of the conference, we'll be hearing many inspiring examples of challenge, ingenuity and resilience. Conservators are experts in caring for heritage. They're also experts in emergency planning for heritage. And as referenced, it's a really central aspect of our role as heritage professionals to consider the future use, the performance, and of course, the resilience of that heritage. So in terms of today's topic, resilient futures, whilst it's difficult to know what challenges will be faced in the future, we are in a great position to learn from the past, and we do know what resilience looks like today. From adapting well-established models used by other industries, learning from communities, or adopting the very latest technologies to improve working practices and the outcomes for heritage and its audiences, let's explore the ambition and commitment of conservators to achieving resilient futures in a range of innovative and sometimes surprising ways. So first of all, we'll have a look at innovation for environmental resilience. Now, this image here shows the English Heritage Climate Resilience House, which I have ICON member Lorraine Finch to thank for introducing me to. This is a digital model of Gainsborough Old Hall in Lincolnshire, England. Climate Resilience House can be accessed via the English Heritage website as an example of a heritage building highlighting risks that are relevant to all historic sites and all historic buildings. From windows to gutters, render to drains, and every other part of a building, you can click on the model and it provides information about climate risks and how to manage them. And here is an example of a flood risk highlighted for basements and cellars, so you can see how that works. So it tells you a bit about what could happen, why it might happen, and what could be at risk. In this example, that could be the building services infrastructure, along with the actual fabric of the building itself, and of course, any collections or objects that might be stored there. The website suggests adaptations, both to prevent risk for example, minimizing hard landscaping in this instance, and also to minimize damage. So relocating vulnerable services and ensuring an emergency response plan is in place should flooding occur. And it also provides links to other institutions with complementary or supporting resources. Another highlighted material at risk of a climate resilience house is leaded windows. Once again, there's helpful highlighting here of potential risks and the adaptation that might be useful. And what I really like about the English Heritage Climate Resilience House, it's quite a mouthful to say, but it's a good name for it. But what I really like is that the project is a collaboration. It's between English Heritage and Historic England. It's funded by the National Lottery Heritage Fund and Benefact Group. And obviously all of those partners have come together to make this project possible, along with, of course, the advice of sustainability and environmental experts in heritage from across the sector. And it further embraces collaborative and joined up working by signposting to trusted third-party resources. And that's from institutions such as the Environment Agency, the National Trust, and Historic Environment Scotland, just a few of the examples there. It also uses contemporary technology and high-tech imaging to introduce some very practical risk mitigations. These are often steeped in traditional methods, practice, and understanding of materials, the kind of things that people who live in old buildings or have an awareness of old buildings really know and understand, and bringing all of that knowledge together on a technical platform that's accessible for pretty much everybody, I think is a very clever way of working. And I think this ability to embrace the collaborative guidance and advice, incorporating the new technology, the traditional guidance, is pretty innovative. And it certainly supports a more resilient future for heritage buildings, just like Gainsborough Old Hall. And you might also notice, if you can read it, that for leaded windows, a potential lack of skills is cited as a risk to the original fabric. And this takes us nicely on to our next area of innovation focus. And this is innovation for skills resilience. So I wanted to share with you a project that ICON's currently working on. It's an area of work focused on conservation skills at risk and protecting heritage for future generations. So we see this really as a vital initiative to help safeguard the UK's historic collections and cultural heritage. The project will assess which areas of conservation are most at risk of being lost in terms of the specialist skills involved. It will identify future skills needs and training across the profession and create a delivery plan to ensure these skills are supported for the long term. We're very aware that there are many highly experienced conservators who are nearing retirement, and it's critically important that we understand which conservation specialisms and which specialist areas of knowledge, which specialist skills are actually at risk. So succession planning, investment in training, these of course are vital to ensure specialist knowledge doesn't disappear and that we don't leave important heritage vulnerable. It's ideal for specialist skills to be passed down from one generation of practitioners to the next. However, where this isn't possible, or it's important for a record of these specialist skills to be more widely available, we're looking into future-proof technologies to record and preserve the intangible cultural heritage of these specialist skills for the future. ICON has already carried out initial planning work as part of the Historic Environment Skills Forum and also with funding from Historic Environment Scotland. And we're now being supported by the Pilgrim Trust to commence the main research project, which will review all conservation specialisms over the next 18 months to assess specialist areas at risk of being lost. We'll then shape a plan to address these risks, identify training requirements and training needs, and also obviously moving forward to really support a resilient future for these conservation skills at risk. And this piece of work, this programme of activity, it builds on the collaborative internships programme, which we are currently delivering with a consortium of funders. And those funders are the Idlewild Trust, the National Manuscripts Conservation Trust, the Pilgrim Trust, Anna Plowden Trust, Julia Rousing Trust, and the Radcliffe Trust. And they're all supporting new talent in at-risk skills areas for conservation. So we are incredibly grateful for all of their support in terms of delivering that programme and all of those internships. And to date, these internships have included illuminated manuscripts conservation, horology or dynamic objects conservation, and musical instruments conservation. And we're soon about to launch an industrial heritage conservation internship as well. And in these photographs, you can see Megan Whiteley, who's undertaking the illuminated manuscripts internship at Senate House, University of London, and Jonathan Santa Maria Bouquet, who is hosting the musical instruments internship at the University of Edinburgh. Also, Jonathan was actually the winner of the ICON Conservation Award for protecting heritage skills at risk just last month. So we were delighted with that. And this focus on resilient conservation skills for the future has led to an innovative and really impactful collaboration of funders. I think that's one of the really, really exciting notes to come out of this. It's really led us to having a programme that has the potential and actually a very resilient structure because of that diversity of funders, the diversity of income from all of those different funders to continue to support those internships and support conservation skills at risk as long as there is the need identified to support skills and training in those specialisms. And of course, also many of these specialist and at-risk conservation skills, they're actually rooted in traditional craft practices, traditional understanding of materials, and by using cutting-edge technology to document and preserve some of these specialist areas and some of these skills, we'll be able to see traditional ways of working and centuries-old skills preserved for future generations and really made accessible through innovative use of technology. So moving on to have a look at innovation for societal resilience. And this is really where we see museums and heritage collections supporting society as a whole to be resilient. This is really focused around equitable access and inclusion. They're vital for society to be able to manage risks presented by global pandemics, financial crises, or rising geopolitical tensions, for example. The real test of a society's resilience is how effectively it can recover, and for all groups in society to be able to move forward equally as part of that recovery. Heritage environments and museum collections are well known to make a vital contribution to mental health and well-being, and also to civic pride, encouraging care and respect for the local environment and, of course, the history that the historic environment represents. And the image in the middle here is of iConnect magazine from last year, where we featured Anisha Palmer and the My Adornment is My Power project, which was also an exhibition at the National Trust's Kedleston Hall in England. Anisha Palmer and textile conservator Malangeth Penrees presented this project at the ICON-24 conference. And it's a powerful example of conservation-enabled community engagement with a historic collection transcending the challenging colonial history that was really embedded and is embedded within this British stately home. So a quick bit of background. Kedleston Hall is it's an 18th century National Trust house. It was once owned by George Curzon, Viceroy of India from 1899 to 1905. And whilst he was in India, George Curzon was busy collecting. He collected many, many objects from South Asia, and much of it included jewellery, which has been in storage at Kedleston Hall for generations. And I'll read you a quote from Anisha, as her words are far more powerful than if I tried to explain it to you. And she says, "I feel like these displaced items were screaming for their stories to be told. For South Asians, jewellery is more than decoration. It is brought out for special occasions because it carries stories. It was important to reclaim these pieces from their colonial ties." And I think that's really, it's so powerful. It's so deeply felt. And Kedleston Hall and the cultural programming there, they've continued to prioritise their partnership with the local South Asian community, and they've connected with an aspect of the estate's history, whilst at the same time ensuring that the site and its collections are relevant now to the local community and to wider audiences in the UK today, and of course for the future. And the image you can see on the left here is actually of Diwali celebrations that are now hosted at Kedleston Hall as part of their programming. And I just think, in terms of reflecting on that innovation for societal resilience, that surely heritage that inspires wider engagement, collections that have meaning and personal connection, and sites that can host events where generations of a family can make memories together. This is the heritage that will endure. Society will support this heritage to be resilient into the future. Okay, on to innovation for professional resilience. And I really wanted to speak here about the work of early career conservators. And the image on the left is of Emma Callahan, who won the ICON Student Conservator of the Year Award in 2024, and Alana Hay, who won the Early Career Conservator of the Year Award in the same year. Now, Emma is now a trustee of ICON. She sits in the seat reserved for an emerging professional. And that connectivity in terms of, she's also actually just finished her apprenticeship. And so she's come through a different route to being a professional conservator than many conservators who are currently working, which I think is a really important and exciting innovation for conservation in terms of diversifying those routes to the profession and the accessibility of a profession in conservation and collections care for much wider audiences. And the image on the right is of Dominic Oakes, who actually won this year's award for emerging talent in conservation. We love this photograph, and there was a slight suspicion that the taxidermied sloth may have helped to endear the judges, but no, it was a very good application and fully deserved by Dominic. And the image in the middle is just one taken at the ICON Emerging Professionals Group Conference in Durham earlier this year. And they're one of the groups in ICON's network of 28 specialist groups, but they are a mighty group with nearly 1,000 members. They're incredibly active, and they support student conservators, graduates, and those in the early years of their careers. And one of the things that they do brilliantly, and actually all of our members who volunteer as mentors and work to support early career conservators do absolutely brilliantly, is making that connection between conservators who are further on in their career and obviously those just starting out. And I think very often the fact that conservators who we can now look up to and see as having very established careers, the reality is that resilience has shaped their careers. You know, their careers haven't followed a direct or even a logical path sometimes, but there's always advice, there's support with career choices and decisions to be made from that peer network of fellow conservators, fellow collections care professionals. And I think being able to see, although it's difficult when you're starting out, that actually that very journey, those very decisions, and everything that happens at those points that feel very tough at the time, are really what can transform or can help shape somebody as a very resilient professional within the sector. Okay, so looking at organisational resilience. And this is crucial, of course, for the future of heritage projects, enabling organisations to adapt to changing circumstances, take advantage of new opportunities, and achieve greater impact and stronger legacies. And key factors influencing sustainability and resilience include financial sustainability, human resources, systems, built environment and infrastructure, social networks, professional networks, and the environment. And I think I put this one in here because of course, our organisations need to be resilient. If our organisations are supporting heritage, they will be key in producing those or delivering those resilient futures for heritage. And it's really just looking at across all of those different areas in an organisation that are important to achieving that future resilience for heritage, relying on the expertise of colleagues from different backgrounds, maybe finance, HR, building services, and many more specialist professional areas. And of course, some of these colleagues will be people that you already work with and we're already in contact with on a very regular basis and are adept at working closely with. Others, maybe not so much. So I think there's potentially some really exciting opportunities in there in terms of that focus on the institutions themselves and the importance of their resilience. And then a natural step on to looking at sector resilience. And I wanted to highlight of course, any profession sits within a sector, relies on the health and success of that sector and others connected with it in order to thrive. And ICON is a member of the Historic Environment Forum in the UK, and the Historic Environment Forum launched the Heritage Sector Resilience Plan earlier this year, and it provides a roadmap for collaborative working to deliver a robust and resilient heritage sector in England, and it focuses on 4 cornerstones, and they are, as you can see there, relevance, physical resilience, workforce and organisational resilience, and financial resilience. And whilst, of course, this plan provides a much needed tool in delivering a robust and resilient heritage sector, it can only be achieved through a collaborative approach in which everyone with an interest takes part and contributes. This plan is owned by everyone in the heritage sector, and success will be achieved through sector engagement as a whole and collaborative working for delivery of the priority actions that are set out in the plan and agreed for delivery. And so once again, partnership working and collaboration are key, but actually also ownership and responsibility. And this includes the stewardship of the heritage we care for, but also ownership individually and as a sector of the responsibility to deliver change, leading to more resilient futures for heritage. And now, if we look beyond technology and embrace traditional ways of working, materials and approaches, there's the potential to unlock lessons in resilience from previous generations for the future. And I wanted to share these images with you. They're from the Conservation Department at the Cabernet Museum, National Museums of Kenya. The museum's been a recipient of the TrueView Conservation Grant and was also the winner of the Conservation Award for Heritage Conservation in Action last year. And the project was around conserving 2 items of ceremonial dress, which are also of significant importance to the Pokot community. They were conserved with advice and guidance from community elders who shared traditional conservation practices with the museum team. And the collections care team at the Cabernet Museum, they documented these traditional conservation approaches. So enhanced understanding of the history and significance of the objects has also led to this traditional indigenous knowledge around care and conservation forming a key part of the interpretation where the objects are now exhibited. And this knowledge will also support the care of these objects into the future. And of course, that deeper level of understanding and engagement with them both today and also for future generations. So conservation as a profession, one of the areas it exists for is to innovate and adapt to ensure positive futures for heritage. And prioritising innovative approaches to achieve future resilience really is critical now. We know there are continued cuts to funding, yet the requirement to keep up with digital transformation. There are pressures to work more sustainably, very rightly, whilst often having to deliver to tighter timescales or more difficult budgets. And it can be really tough sometimes to feel that there's the space and the time to innovate as much as we might like, but also to effectively measure the impact of that innovation and truly assess whether we are heading towards more resilient futures. But I think it's also, as the words at the beginning were really flagging up, it's also a time of great opportunity. We have access to information about traditional methods and future technologies. We have support, advice and guidance from conservators and heritage professionals of all specialisms from all around the world. And that's accessible not least through events such as obviously this excellent 4-day conference, which we are part of today. And I've included here an image of a painting called The Last of England, which was painted by Ford Madox Brown in 1855. And it depicts the emotional turmoil of emigrants leaving England for a new life in the 19th century. And the reason I included it is because I think this painting really captures that moment, that space when you've committed everything to a brighter future, but you can't yet see that new beginning. You can't yet feel the tangible evidence of that new future. But you've committed, you know it's there, and you know it's the right thing to do. And it's also poignant that this painting is cared for by the Birmingham Museum and Art Gallery, under their leadership, which is of co-CEOs Sarah Waheed and Zach Mensah. The museum is making great strides in innovating for a resilient future, one where the collections are more accessible and relevant to the local population than they ever have been before. And one initiative there to highlight is the use of a citizens' jury to give real agency to local residents around guiding cultural programming They are definitely one to watch. And to finish up, we know there's a strong history of conservators innovating and of heritage becoming more resilient in response to challenge and adversity. I've no doubt this will continue to be the case as we embrace innovation as a shared responsibility, far stronger together as a profession and a sector when we can look to both the richness and lessons learned, lessons from the past, and the opportunity and potential of the future to genuinely deliver resilient futures for heritage. Thank you.
That was a beautiful keynote, Emma. Thank you so much for introducing the day's theme of innovation in its numerous forms for future resilience, whatever the future may hold, and so thoughtfully and optimistically as well. We need that today. We have also so many exciting topics to explore. We're going to move on to our next speaker, Brigitte Aga. If you can turn on your camera and unmute yourself. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Brigitte. Brigitte is head of innovation and research at Munch in Oslo, Norway. Brigitte will speak about how Munch uses AI and data in conserving, presenting, and making art relevant for future generations. So, Brigitte, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And also thank you to Emma for the very interesting conversation around resilience. And thank you for including us in this really important conversation. I would like to share how we're using AI as part of the changing role of our museum, and also how we approach this with a deep kind of understanding of the responsibility for data and ethics within this. So while you're watching this video of the new Munch Museum, let me take you back to 2021 when we opened the museum on the waterfront in Oslo. So it marked not just a new home for Munch's legacy, but also a shift for how museums must think about the future. So as Emma also mentioned, we operate amidst political and economic instability, rapid technological change, climate breakdown, and rising public expectations. Resilience is no longer about protecting collections. It's about rethinking how we can use technology to aid conservation, presentation, and also making art relevant for future generations. Sorry, I just want to... So we're home to one of the largest collections of work by Edvard Munch, more than 26,000 artworks gifted by Munch himself to the city of Oslo in 1943 during the German occupation. So it was an extraordinary act of trust in the future, made at a moment when the future was profoundly uncertain, very much like it is for many people across the globe today. So also along Munch's artwork, we also have other biographical artifacts, and we also care for 3 other collections. So in total, we have over 42,000 objects, most which is now digitized, and we therefore increasingly also manage large amounts of metadata on these objects. So we're no longer just custodians of physical collections, but we also are data custodians. And in addition to the exhibitions of these collections, we present temporary exhibitions of modern and contemporary art and a growing youth program, and also a program of live events, music, and performance. So all of this means that we are custodians not only of our collections and their data, but we also custodians of increasing amounts of audience data, which belongs to the visitors. And you may ask, why is this important? You may recognize this guy here. Because it matters, because how this data is used has an influence, who has access to it, and under what conditions and for what purpose. So as cultural institutions, we are also platforms for democracy, freedom of speech, and equality. And these values come into question when we talk about data, AI, and the growing influence of large technology corporations. So these concerns shape the framework for how Munch works with AI and data, placing ethical and responsible use at the center of this approach. And with that responsibility in mind, here's how we approach AI and data at Munch. It's really twofold. We apply it as a tool across conservation, collection management, and audience experiences. And critically, through collaborating with artists who use AI as a medium of expression, form, or critical reflection. So this dual perspective allows us not only to expand the possibilities of new technologies, but it also ensures that the museum remains a space of critical thought, creativity, and resistance in an increasingly polarized world. So our main initiative when it comes to a dialogue around technology is the Munch Triennial. This is an ambitious group exhibition featuring around 25 Norwegian-based and international artists. So these are artists that serve as critical voices. They reflect on emerging technology, the influence on the individual and society. The first triennial was held at Munch in 2022, and the next edition is open now and is open till 22nd of February. And we invite you all to come to Oslo and experience it. At Munch, we're also exploring how AI can aid collection management, such as through the collective AI project. So this is an R&D collaboration with a Norwegian startup, which is called Beneric. Here we test if we can use text-based and visual machine learning models to generate new and improved data quality on all the objects or all the art objects in our collection. And the frameworks for this is within our own Munch thesaurus of meta tagging. And at the same time, we also test if AI can auto-tag the collection within the Getty thesaurus, which we currently lack within our collection database. So the intention here is to explore future interoperability of the data set with external data sharing platforms, but also increasing the knowledge about the collection, the data points, the connection between the data. So this is really what drives this R&D exploration. At Munch, we use Gallery Systems TMS for our collection management. I'm sure many of you use the same, or you may use another system. And on the left, you can see the thesaurus metadata tagging that we use. It is in Norwegian, so you may not be able to read it, but basically it's a hierarchical system that allows us to tag the motif categories of each object in the collection. And like most museums, we hold vast amount of data in TMS, a bit like I mentioned, for about 42,000 objects. And a lot of this data has been manually collected and later entered over the last 60 years. So we know that the consistency varies and that some objects are lacking data or have limited data. So there is therefore, we think, significant potential in enhancing this data, both in terms of understanding the collection better, in terms of researching the collection, but also in terms of making that collection available to our audiences. So this is really what the Collective AI project is exploring. I'm going to just explain a little bit about how it works. So we start with fine-tuning the model with existing Munch data, so both the documentation of the objects in the collection and also other metadata, including the thesaurus tags. The AI then analyzes the images and the text and then propose a new textual metadata. But importantly, to this project, we use human in the loop. So we have a first round of sampling with non-experts that check samples in the data set for accuracy. And then, which we're working on right now, is the expert validation. So our experts then sit and test samples of the data across the drawings, paintings, and the graphic. And it's really important to say that AI here is a tool, is absolutely not replacing expertise. And our aim is to deepen knowledge and strengthen research and improve data quality, always with expert oversight and with full curatorial control. So I just want to show you what the validation site looks like. So this is what our experts, art historical experts, are doing right now. The AI would generate these tags within the Munch thesaurus, and the expert would then validate these and say whether these are correct or missing. So our hypothesis is that the collaboration or the collaborative cycle between machine and expert can help us to fill gaps, strengthen consistency in the data sets, and also potentially open up new opportunities for research across the 27,000 Edvard Munch art objects in our care. We're also exploring AI in terms of conservation. In the Horizon Europe project called Perceive, it's led by CRN in Italy. We are exploring alongside 11 partners if AI can aid color conservation. So in using predictive models, we simulate how pigments degrade over time. And we're hoping that that will help us make more informed conservation decisions. So here you can see an image from Infinite. It's our collection, Edvard Munch collection exhibition on the 4th floor of the museum. You can see straight ahead the Edvard Munch Scream, Temper and Oil, 1910 question mark. Oh, this is the heritage case in this project. And you can see here within its climate control chamber, it means that each of the 3 screams that we have on display is shown for an hour, and then it will go back in the chamber so we can extend the life it can be exhibited. Here you can see the 3 versions, crayon on cardboard, the lithograph, and the temper and oil on cardboard, which is then the case here for the Perceive project. And we're also, as part of this research project, creating an interactive game where children can learn about color fading and conservation. So hoping to engage, or the aim is to engage the public in a new conversation about care and color degradation in art objects, and here the Scream. It's aimed at young people and families, children between 6 and 10. We actually got a school in there now testing it. It opens actually in, I think, 45 minutes. We're hoping that this is going to be a good experience, and we're testing if games can be a form of mediation that bridge the conservation science with care. And here you can see where it's being installed. This is in the lobby of the museum. It's in a glass room called the Amphi. It's a physical interactive space that you sit on game consoles and you collaborate on conserving beating time, humidity, and decay. And it's outside the paywall, so anyone can come and play. You don't have to have a ticket to the museum. Another project that opens up our archives using AI is New Snow. And it explores how AI can help us make Edvard Munch's collection over 7,000 drawings, many of which are rarely shown, more accessible to audiences. So visitors can search the archive of drawing through their own wandering lines. So as they draw, an AI model analyzes their sketch and finds a match within Munch's drawings. And it often reveals connections that are intuitive, visual, and also playful. So at the same time, New Snow functions as a platform for examining AI and ethics within a museum context. So we invite both young adults to both co-design and take part, but also have an opinion about this, and our colleagues and other creators and the wider audience to reflect on how technology shapes interpretation, creativity, and also access to cultural heritage. So New Snow is developed through an R&D collaboration with the Tata Consultancy Services, which began about 3 years ago. And they're one of the largest technology companies in the world, but we've been working with their research center and their AI experts. And it's really rare for us to find a company that really align with our ethics. So there's no exploitation of data, it's purely for research purposes, and we really align on this, and this has been really essential for us. And also in this project, we chose to use AI or machine learning, not just because we want to use AI, but it was driven by real need to find matches between audiences' drawings and Munch's archives, or to open up our archive of drawings to new audiences. And it was aimed at young adults, but we've seen that it meets and engages from 4-year-olds to 8-year-olds, and people have been spending anything from 10 minutes to 2 hours in the lab where we have launched these 2 prototypes. So New Snow 1 was open for 10 weeks in the beginning of the year. And we saw after 10 weeks, we had about 56,000 drawings had been made to search the archive. Out of the 7,000 drawings, about 1,800 drawings was found by audiences. In this first version, we decided to go open source. We gathered no data, no drawing, no audience data, and we used 2 open source models, Blip and Clip. In the second iteration of this prototype, which opened in August this year, it was open for 4 weeks, and we saw we had about 21,000 drawings made by audiences, and about 3,045 drawings was found in the archive. So both New Snow 1 and 2 averaged about 1,000 drawings a day made by audiences. But in this version, we responded to insight from the audiences that wanted to search by color match. They want to have a better accuracy. So they want to, if you draw a tree or a boat, you want it to be matched very accurately. And of course, we're limited by the 7,000 drawings Edvard Munch made, but we've seen that that's very expensive. So we had almost double the amount of drawings found in the archive. And we also responded to audiences' wishes to have a way to show what they'd drawn and the match. So in the lab, we also had a space with a touch screen that you could scroll through everybody else's drawings and see the match. But this was always through consent, so nothing was shared without the visitor's choice. So out of the 26,000 drawings, 6,000 drawings was decided to be shared by our audiences. And in the development of this, ethics and responsible AI, which I mentioned in the beginning, has been really critical. We've been using the Museum and AI Network Toolkit developed by Dr. Una Murphy and Dr. Elena Villas-Pesa to explore and both align on the ethical aspects of the development. And we also commissioned 2 case papers by Dr. Una Murphy on AI and ethics of NewsNow 1 and 2. And these really guided our approach in applying responsible AI and the choices we made. And you can see here the display in the room, the transparency of we collect your data, what we collect and how we intend to use it. And all the way here, we're always very explicit about if we do collect data, it's purely for research purposes and it's not for commercial exploitation or development. So that's really clear with TCS, our development partner, that they cannot use the data or the model for any commercial exploitation. And that's been very important in the project. And this idea of ethical and responsible use really centers on these development. Munch's NewsNow is going to become a central experience of Munch drawing. So it's a larger exhibition that's going to come on the 10th floor of the Munch Museum. It's going to open in June 2026. And it'll be open till December 2026. And here it becomes even more important to think about what does it mean if you gather how people draw. For us as an art institution, this is critical. And we also believe at the same time we need to be the opposite of commercial exploitation. We need to make data sets available for communities and artistic development, and the same with AI models. So we have really asked questions here about who should have access to the data, for what purpose can it be used, and how do we ensure visitors are attributed, protected, and respected. So these considerations are fundamental to the development of this large-scale exhibition. We're going from 6 drawing pads till about 40, and it's open for 6 months. So we think we're gonna have the largest first data set of how people draw, which is consent-based. So in that, we're already considering how do we share a data set? How do we act or be the opposite of what commercial tech companies are doing? They're closing down the data sets. They're not sharing the data sets. They're closing down the AI models. So we have a couple of different approaches we're considering. One is we would like to consider sharing Munch's data set of drawings on Hugging Face for other artists and communities to use as a data set to explore. And in terms of the larger data set that will be generated through people's drawings, so their strokes, we're looking at can we share it through Mozilla Data Collective. Mozilla Data Collective gives you a better protection for non-commercial exploitation. So we will then ensure that it's available for communities, it's credited, and is outside commercial exploitation. And similar to this, like most museums, we are becoming aware and learning more about the documentation of all our collections, which has, we use a CC license, is no longer protected against training data.
Minutes remaining?
Yeah. Commercial exploitation. So we've been in conversation with Creative Commons about their new CC signals framework, which is a framework allowing cultural institutions to protect their data and models so you can reserve it for training for non-commercial purposes, but also ensure attribution as well. So just to close, as I began, culture has to shape AI. AI is cultural. It shapes what we remember and how we imagine the future. So as museums, we must use it to include, not exclude, and govern data with responsibility and transparency. So if we challenge what a museum can be, we can make art relevant to more people. So thank you very much for me.
Thank you so much, Brigitte. As you probably know, emerging technologies and the use of AI is such a interesting and pithy topic in conservation and collections care. It's also important to underscore what you did, that AI can facilitate audience engagement in exciting new ways without compromising audience data. I think that point was very important. We have 1 minute, and perhaps you can answer one quick question from the audience. Someone asked, "What do you see as the biggest opportunities and risks of using AI for the long-term care, interpretation, and public engagement of cultural heritage at Munch?"
I think the biggest opportunity is enabling us to better conserve, present, and make available the collections that we have. And I think the biggest threat is not being able to use these technologies as tool and also make these data sets and technologies available across the sector and for communities and artists and conservators. And I think only when we can apply this and be in charge of how that data is used and who it benefits, I think if we're not able to do that, I think that's probably one of the biggest challenges. But there's huge opportunities, but it's absolutely a tool. It's not replacing expertise, but it's augmenting, I would say.
Yeah, I think that's also very important to underscore. Well, thank you so much for making time for us
Thank
today.
you
I know
very
you have
much.
other engagements, so I'll let you get to them.
I'm going to run down and see the opening. We've got school classes in now of the game, so I unfortunately have to go. But thank you so much for
Yeah, thank
including me
you.
today,
Yeah,
and I wish you
enjoy
a
your evening.
continued good conference.
Of course, thank you, Brigitte. So now on to our next presenter, Hannah Hölling. Can you please turn on your camera and unmute yourself?
I cannot start my video, it says, for some reason.
Oh,
Unable to
no.
start the video.
I
You
saw
cannot
you
start your
before. What
video
does that
because
mean?
it is disabled by the host. Perhaps you can enable me. I just tried it. Oh yes,
Yeah.
start my video. Here we
Oh, there
go.
we go. Oh, wonderful. Oh, okay, there you are. Hi, Hannah.
Hello from Münster. Greeting
Yeah.
you all.
Wonderful. So just for a quick introduction to you, so Hannah is a research professor at KKB Bern University of the Arts and senior fellow at the Collegium Helveticum at the ETH Zurich. And we'll be speaking today about sort of challenging conventional conservation perspectives in her presentation, Reassembling Conservation. So Hannah, I'm going to turn it over to you, and I will see you in a bit.
Thanks very much. I'm gonna put up my. Do you see my slides?
Yes, we do.
Perfect. All right. Well, hello, everyone. Thanks very much, Kim, for this introduction. Thank you for having me, and thanks to all organizers for this fascinating event. Let me just get straight to it. There is a striking image of Agnes Dennis wheat field, a confrontation, a seemingly vast golden field of wheat set against the glass and steel skyline of Lower Manhattan. The 2-acre wheat field was grown on the depleted landfill of Battery Park adjacent to the World Trade Center between May 1st and August 16, 1982. I'm just gonna start my timer so that I can kind of time myself. Okay. From the outset, Dennis framed this work not as an intervention, framed this work as an intervention into dominant value system, an aesthetic, ecological, and political statement about misplaced priorities, inequality, global warming, and environmental exhaustion. Already in the early 1980s, by deliberately already in the early 1980s, Dennis focused on what we now describe as climate crisis, addressing the paradox of growing food in one of the world's most expensive real estate sites. By deliberately juxtaposing rural labor with financial capitalism, ecological cycles with economic abstraction, and food systems with architectural monumentality, the work collapses familiar binaries, nature and culture, growth and decay. Then, as herself noted decades later, there is still world hunger, mismanagement of resources, mismanagement and misuse of our spaces and environments. The work disappeared as if swollen by its urban surroundings, but its message remained painfully contemporary. Another space, another time, and another work, a cast bronze hand appears to embrace the trunk of a living tree in Yorkshire Sculpture Park in Wakefield. This is Giuseppe Pennone's Continuera crescende tranquille quel punto. The sculpture stages an encounter between material quasi-permanence and organic growth. The tree gradually expands around the hand, virtually or visually overpowering the intervention, and as if slowly absorbing it back into itself, as if wanting to metabolize it to produce new life. Across various iterations of the work, the gesture of holding tactily transforms into one of yielding. Here, culture does not dominate nature. Rather, here culture does not dominate nature. Rather, nature continues its own generative, say, rhythm, indifferent to the constraints physically and metaphysically imposed by the human hand. Ellen's change to the Netherlands, Robert Smith's Unbroken Circle, Spiral Hill from 1971. A monumental earthwork situated within a former sand quarry near Emmen has undergone extensive restoration to prevent erosion and overgrowth. Elsewhere in Amarillo, Texas, Smith's final work now lies increasingly consumed by its environment on the right-hand side. These earthworks dramatize not only entropy, a concept central to Smithsonian thinking, but the tension between invention and ecological process. The works seem caught between form and dissolution, the preservation haunted by geological time. What unites those geographically and thematically absolutely distinct works in their positions is that they are positioned at the threshold between natural and cultural worlds. Each exposes the conceptual limitations and institutional frictions produced by the rigid separation between cultural and environmental conservation. We are accustomed to thinking of conservation as bifurcated. On the one side, artworks, monuments, and archives, on the other, species, ecosystems, and landscapes. And these domains are increasingly entangled by challenges, material instability, climate impact, ecological degradation, and so on and so forth, ethical also responsibility. Why then do cultural heritage conservation and environmental conservation remain so structurally divided despite addressing fundamentally similar questions of care and continuity and of change and vulnerability? Why objects, whether glaciers, forests, frescoes, or performances, are increasingly exposed to the same kind of planetary condition of volatility and loss? Whether we are caring for landscapes or for museum collections, similar questions resurface. What does it mean to preserve? What does it mean to care? Where's the line between intervention and restraint, between letting go or leave and managing survival, between keeping difference and enforcing stability? The title of my presentation takes inspiration from Bruno Latour's Reassembling the Social, both as a critique of traditional sociology and a methodological kind of manifesto for studying how human and more than human worlds are continually assembled. Here, I approach conservation not as a purely technical task or an expert-driven Western discipline focused on maintaining material form or caring for its origins, but as a relational activity, a continuous process of assembling people, materials, institutions, and values into provisional constellations, the constellations of care. I further propose that the concept of transversality as a methodological lens for rethinking conservation might be useful here, an invitation to move across institutional, disciplinary, and epistemic boundaries in order to confront the realities of our field, but also the realities of the world we inhabit. This reflection draws briefly on two research projects. The first one here is Caring for Nature Cultures, which is situated at the Collegium, and the second is Critical Conservation, at its core, the project caring for, this is critical conservation slide, exactly. At its core, the project Caring for Nature Cultures reconceptualizes conservation as a practice of care in both cultural and ecological contexts. Care in this project is understood as an expanded and ethical mode of attending to modern human worlds. Feminist care ethics define care as everything we do to maintain, continue, and repair our world so that we may live in it as well as possible. And it emphasizes attentiveness, responsibility, competence, and responsiveness. And obviously, you know, the kind of really interesting, inspiring authors here are John Tronto and Bernice Fischer, among others. The project is currently in its initial phase and is based at the Collegium Helveticum in Zurich and ETH Zurich, supported through a fellowship. It also builds on Nature Culture Lab, an initiative I co-initiated actually with Sven Dupre of the Utrecht University in February this year as a week-long think tank, and which continues as a reading group led by Jacob Badcock and myself. I invited Sven to co-host this initiative due to an earlier workshop at Leiden Lawrence Center, which he co-organized with Glenn Wharton, Marty Stokes, and others, which was focused on related topic. So why does such a rethinking of conservation of art and culture alongside the preservation of natural environments matter? And how does it speak to the symposium's overarching, perhaps, concern with building a resilient future? Well, I believe that in a world marked by environmental collapse, accelerating climate change, and increasingly unstable living conditions in modern human worlds, much of what we value and seek to safeguard is under threat of disappearance. Conservation has therefore become more urgent than ever, yet the field remains constrained by insular specialism and entrenched divisions that demand reconsideration. And by this, I not only mean the kind of long-standing separation between nature and culture, divide widely identified as actually one of the root causes of the ecological crisis we experience right now, but also I mean the fragmentation within conservation itself, where fields, methods, and forms of expertise too often operate in isolation. You might have a different experience of it, but this is what I kind of found out in the course of my many years conservation activities and experience. In the face of conflict, environmental illiteracy, and dispersed forms of knowledge, we urgently need more integrated ways of thinking and acting. What is required are not parallel efforts, but strengthened alliances, forms of conservation capable of addressing environmental, cultural, and social futures as deeply interconnected rather than separate domains. And what follows in this very short presentation are three prospects that I hope provide a really preliminary insight into the ideas underpinning the project. In retrospect, I also look back at Nature Culture Lab. Prospect 1, the object of conservation. Although cultural heritage conservation and nature conservation have historically operated as separate fields, one concerned with cultural artifacts, the other with ecosystems, there are obviously institutions such as the National Trust in England that have long brought together conservation scientists, landscapes architects, archaeologists, and so on and so forth, horticulturalists, arboriculturalists, and so on and so forth. In Switzerland, of course, we have also, you know, the so-called Landschaftsschutz institutions, similarly treating landscapes as assemblages of natural and cultural elements. And nonetheless, although they are working together, that does not mean that they share practice, not to speak of shared ontologies or epistemologies. One step forward bringing these fields together is to acknowledge that the object of conservation has never been purely cultural or purely natural. It has always been nature culture. Only that the consequences obviously were not taken into account. Every artwork, as you all know, is materially hybrid: wood, stone, pigment, skins, plants, and so is the human skill that produced it. As Tim Ingold puts it, we are at once organisms and persons. and skills are as biological as they are cultural. In visual arts too, and you know already the earthworks, land art of the 1970s, such as those I have already shown, blur the boundary between artwork and environment. And we can speak here of view sheds, earth moving or erosion. Less often discussed are detailed rocks decomposing works, rotting landscapes, chocolate figures, and Vogelfütterbüsten, which introduce organic life in all its abundance, fungi, bugs, and other forms of infestation into the museum, rendering time and decomposition visible. And in a very interesting way, Josie Ellis, one of the members of our project at HKP, writes about this in relation to Daniel Schwery, vital materiality. Recognizing the conservation object as hybrid allows us to rethink conservation itself. If, as Wittgenstein suggests, the limits of our words are shaped by the limits of our language, then redefining what counts as an object of conservation reshapes the very condition of care. Within such an expanded field, conservation may be understood not as a resistance to change, but as a practice attentive to time, life, decay, and death. Closer at times to life support or even palliative care. And this is obviously Kim Cratchon's notions, which doesn't leave me alone. Kim, you will probably laugh now, getting back to our previous discussion. So thinking about conservation as a practice that is closer to life support than to stabilization or repair. Prospect 2. So where does this nature-culture divide comes from, you may ask, right? It is namely very deeply rooted in Western scientific classification, which has historically organized the world through binaries, taxonomies, and separations. This divide has been equally persistent in theory and institutional practice. In 2003, Donna Haraway introduced the term nature cultures in the Companion Species Manifesto, arguing that nature and culture are not separate realms or co-constitutive entanglements. Around the same time, Bruno Latour, which I already mentioned in network theory, similarly challenged modern dualism by conceptualizing the world as networks of relations among human and non-human actors, text, animals, objects, infrastructures, and so on and so forth. Many indigenous epistemologies do not recognize nature as separate domain at all. As discussed recently in the context of Amazonian communities and echoed during one of the symposia I attended at ETH, Renaming Natures, some indigenous languages have no word for nature. Animals, plants, and landscapes are considered persons rather than resources. Importantly, indigenous lands are often among the best preserved ecosystems, not despite this worldview, but because of it. They are treated as relational, inhabited, and morally significant worlds. What we learn from this is not romanticism, but ontology. When other beings are considered or reconsidered as persons, we are reminded, following Ingold, that we are at once organisms and persons ourselves. Recognizing nature cultures, therefore, means recognizing the agency of non-human life and rethinking conservation as relational, ethical practice within a more than human world. Just looking at the time a little here. Okay, next prospect is change. And I will skip perhaps the allusion to Pike, but just to tell you, obviously, over the past decades, conservation has increasingly been reframed as change management rather than the protection of a single original state, right? The conservation, especially of contemporary art, performance, installation, film, kinetic, participatory, or socially engaged work has been central to this shift. As our research and of many other projects globally has shown, change and changeability is not an anomaly, but a condition of an artwork. While changeability is now widely accepted for contemporary art, we are still hesitating to admit that canonical works like, Mona Lisa or Nightwatch are equally transitional. And nature conservation, again, here offers a corrective. Ecosystems are understood not as stable entities, but as dynamic systems. As Henry Bergson reminds us, the universe is not made of things, but of continuities. Duration is invention, not preservation. Prospect 4, time permanence and stability. Time in cultural heritage conservation is often conceived as linear and mechanistic, right? We quite often, in conservation, quite often think about original or authentic state, the states which are built up progressively. Within this framework, objects rescued from an unfortunate past are imagined to outlast us and to extend into the future. Yet both past and future are phantoms. They can neither be entered nor experienced from my perspective. Only the present is real. This is the only reality to which we have really access, right? Because of shifting technologies, knowledge, and values, render earlier interventions misfitting or obsolete. These projections sometimes fail. Consider, for instance, the lining of paintings with starch paste or the violent transfer of wall painting, right, as hailed once as a state of the art. The notion of preserving the past for the future is therefore, in my view, deeply problematic. In the preservation of nature, conservationists similarly sought to define the essential characteristics of landscape, right, or environment, an effort now radically challenged by climate change, which so profoundly alters natural areas and their original boundaries and demarcation can no longer be sustained. Ecologists work with reference systems when deciding on intervention, and I will not go very deeply into this because of time. But yeah, also this idea, whose future is envisioned, on what timescales, what kind of novel systems can we involve, is also involved in thinking about nature conservation. If I had more time, I would venture into the question who decides, because this links directly with the interventions mentioned earlier, who is permitted to speak or who is silent. Perhaps just to say that in restoration ecology, a field within nature conservation, which focuses on restoring systems that have been degraded or destroyed, it challenges kind of the older conservation model of freezing environments, fencing them off, and so on and so forth, and excluding people. We had fantastic encounters with speakers. I'm seeing Kim, who will tell me probably that I just have 2 minutes, but given that we started 1 minute or 2 minutes late, perhaps I'm granted some grace.
You are granted. You are very much granted.
Very good.
2 more minutes.
Okay, very good. So yeah, in restoration ecology, basically, this is something kind of that is being addressed, the kind of exclusion of people from the formation of natural parks, for instance, or cultural landscapes. And there is a lot to learn from. So just really, in this very brief intro into where this project could go or is going, I could only scratch really the surface, but perhaps there are a few questions which I can leave you with, like how can we follow nature, right? Retrospect here, looking also at Nature Culture Lab, and I hope you can look up the recordings which are online here with contributors who contributed their thoughts. How can we follow nature or design with nature rather than create artificial constructs? How might the kind of life generative potential of nature help us loosen the constraints of physical preservation and the insistence of fixing heritage in time and space, right? And Daniel Christian Wall's, for instance, readings on regeneration have been very influential for me. How can we depend more on context and place and manage conservation from within? And the vastness of nature, for instance, compels us to do so. Can we place humans in a larger kind of network of agential actors, such as objects of conservation, which dictate their own conditions of care? And also, can we acknowledge, that everything is in transformation, whether this is the entropic movement of the universe or the cycles of death and rebirth in nature? Curating decay, perhaps, accepting and creatively engaging with change might be also helpful as an approach. And also experimenting with vocabularies, I think, which everyone really gets very excited about, like rewilding or regeneration, is quite promising. rethinking oppositions such as activity versus inactivity, life versus death, and beyond. So yeah, I hope I shown you a couple of references. There has been a podcast by the American Institute of Conservation Sustainability Committee about the lab. And I hope you got interested and you will access this information and the state of the project online. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Hannah. I'm a huge fan of these projects and really appreciate you taking the time to share them with us. But also just, this rethinking of what conservation actually is, what it does and for whom, so epistemic shift, right? Like I think you would agree, is a very crucial form of future resilience in the field. As is acknowledging this need for continual reassessment of our profession and ethical frameworks in relationship to nature culture, and one word, nature culture, moving forward into the futures. So thank you again, Hannah. And you can stay on the screen because we are going to have a short Q&A. Emma, would you also like to join us, please? There she is. Hi, Emma.
Hello.
Hi. So, where shall we start? We have quite a bit of interest from our audience. In I'll just start with Emma then. One of our audience members asked, "What are the most relevant future skills?" And can you please speak more on this?
Yeah, gosh. I think that's a really big one. It's one of the things I think is really interesting with the skills research is that at the moment we are focusing on the skills identified as being at risk, as in there are maybe one or two practitioners who have specialist skills in that area, or we know that nobody's actively using those skills, but actually there may not be sector demand or market demand, but there is demand in terms of heritage demand. And that's a really good question, because one of the things that's come up has been around conservation skills required to do with modern materials, for example. We've spoken about digital, we've spoken about AI, we've spoken about the users there and the integration, and actually identifying future focused skills demand and I suppose risks there, because we always think about those skills for the future. They'll come, they'll happen, they'll be developed, and so it's been a really interesting shift in thinking, both in terms of the research methodology that we've been working on, and that was the funded project with Historic Environment Scotland, but also the collaborative funders group that we're working with, and that we've really seen a tangible shift, I suppose, over the last 6 months, 12 months, to thinking about, okay, but what's at risk for the future? And I think what we're going to see is a real kind of marrying, a real bringing together of some of those very traditional skills, or kind of what we might think of as older, kind of more embedded skills that are less practiced and are therefore at risk, with actually what that means for the future. How does that couple with AI? How does that couple with digital cataloging or whatever it might be? So it's really dynamic. So I can't give you a straight answer, sorry, but that's a really good question. And that does bring up some really exciting areas for the research for the future.
Yeah, I agree. And I also, something that came to my mind was, we're talking about the future skills of conservators and placing it all on the conservator. But I also feel like in the future, the skills are so varied that we need to build these networks of care, which is a term that a colleague of Hannah also uses. So it was, then trusting, like bringing in non-conservators who have these skills to work along with conservators. So this is also a part of future resilience, it's like, I remember also, being a contemporary conservator, we are expected to know everything, and at a certain point, it's like, how much more do I need to be responsible for? So I feel like,
no, it's a really good point. And actually, sorry, just to add to that really quickly, something that comes up a lot, and I'm sure you're all really familiar with this, is that requirement for conservators to work in multidisciplinary teams, and obviously the requirement that actually all of those other actors in that multidisciplinary team, everybody has to have the same understanding and the same connectivity. That can't all be on the conservator to bring that together and understand that. That has to be the responsibility of every single individual involved in that multidisciplinary team. So, yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you, Emma. And Hannah, so I have a two-part question for you. So from this knowledge exchange with the conservationists in your Caring for Nature Cultures project, what would you pinpoint as the most valuable or impactful takeaway for conservators? Or what was the most impactful or striking exchange? And then to sort of connect with another question, someone asked for how can this be translated into the work of conservators?
Very good. Yeah, thank you so much for these questions. I love them both. I mean, the first obviously is very difficult to answer because we are at the very beginning of the project, right? So I would love to kind of, have completed a certain portion or packages of that research to be able to kind of evaluate what was my biggest takeaway or what's the kind of most value. Perhaps, yeah, I would less like to speak in terms of like more or less valuable experiences. But generally, I think what everyone is getting very excited about is the idea that they are vocabularies that could be shared, like for instance, rewilding that I mentioned earlier. How can this be all translated? Well, I think that on the part of nature preservationists, we would have to ask someone from there, because I am obviously, a cultural conservator per my first, so to say, training and major training. But how it can be translated depends. If you are asking about, the translation on the level of theory or practice, because I think that, I've shown several examples. I was trying to kind of show through my presentation that, for instance, the acceptance of change, but really in terms of radical acceptance of change, or thinking about, curating even decay or allowing things to go. Perhaps using less resources or using them, channel them in different ways, and allowing certain things go, could be accepted as a sort of, a preservation strategy that is perhaps right now not really something we can imagine. But I think, long term, we cannot just hold on to this kind of beautifully hygienic museum environments that basically populate our planet, where people are suffering hunger and climate is changing in such a quick way. So I don't know if that answers, this is just one way, but the other way is, for instance, thinking about cyclicality, the understanding of time in nature as well, how things can, kind of emerge and go back and be rebirth. Perhaps thinking about enactment versus which is already being done in the conservation of contemporary art. I'm just sitting. One of the reasons why I wasn't able to participate in the larger conference is that I am sitting now in Münster, and we just finished. There are still some social going ons, but we just finished the the conference on Skulpturprojekte Archiv, where lots of thoughts from different places and professional positions, not only conservators but also curators, art historians, performance studies scholars, go into how we engage with performance conservation nowadays, and whether archives is the only kind of way, just kind of dealing with staticity or stability of archival records is the only way. And it isn't, right? It isn't. But I think we just need to take it very seriously and apply it across, the different conservation specialisms.
Yes, and I absolutely am on board with your thought process. It's just a lot to chew on, I think, and it's going to take a while before, again, like introducing the language and the concepts, and it's also just in anticipation of what the futures hold. And again, we don't know, right? We don't know. I think we have time for one more question for Emma. There's one that I wanted to, there we go. Yeah, someone wrote, so interesting that you include heritage crime in your considerations. Would you have any thoughts on better prevention of heritage crime in the future?
Oh, so heritage crime is a really interesting one, in that my contacts with it as an area of research and an area of prevention has actually been through Historic England, and I think it's much more well recognised in terms of the historic built environment and areas there, but clearly impacts all of us in terms of that crime aspect, and can be many, many more things than those I included in my presentation. And I think one of the biggest things, and this is going to open it up really wide in terms of that overview perspective, but it's about care. It's about, and not just care from professionals. It's about care and engagement and understanding from communities, from society, from the population. And I think that certainly you see that model in the UK with police forces, in that where those projects are rolled out, they engage the local community, people are aware, people are taking notice, they notice that the church roof has leading on it, they notice if something happens, they notice if people are behaving oddly, or you know, children are at a loose end and doing things that are not good and could move on to being vandalism. And that's very kind of small scale and focused, but I think it is essentially that it's a real recognition and appreciation, understanding and engagement from the general population, and that really keys into lots of the things we've been talking about in terms of that sense of ownership, that sense of understanding, and that sense of democratization of our culture. And if we do that well, I think we really can address heritage crime as a challenge, along with obviously lots of the other areas that we need to address as challenge.
Of course, of course. And we are actually coming to the end of our first round of speakers. But it seems like this might be a common thread throughout the rest of the day, focusing on community-led initiatives, just focusing on people and community as a source of resilience in the future. So thank you so much, Emma. Thank you so much, Hannah.
Super. Thank you, Kim.
I know, Hannah, you can't make meet the speakers at the end of the day, but Emma, we hope to see you there. Are you able to? Yes, wonderful. So just a reminder, we're having a Meet the Speaker breakout room at the end of the day where you can ask questions that weren't posed during the conference to the speakers. So we are about to take our first coffee break. I guess we're going to go until 20 past, but before we do, I would like to hand over to Kate Seymour to share some information about the upcoming ICOM-CC 21st Triennial Conference. Hi, Kate. Hi. So I'm going to go ahead and hand over to you, and then everyone grab your favorite drink, stretch your legs, and we'll see you here 15, 20 past the hour. Okay, it's all yours, Kate.
What an amazing first session to today. It was so interesting. I'm on the edge of my seat with many questions, but I'm not going to take up the coffee break time with that. I would just like to highlight that the ICOM-CC, ICOM-Conservation Triennial Conference, our 21st, will take place between the 14th and 18th of September next year. That's September 2026. And to give you all a little teaser and get you prepared to register, our registration opens on the 1st of January 2026. I'm going to leave you with this video, which I hope will work when I share my screen. So please do contact me or anybody else at ICOM-CC if you have any other questions. And while you go and get your cup of coffee, I'll leave you with this 3.5 minute video. I hope it plays.
We wish to introduce you to the upcoming venue for ICOM-CC in 2026. We look forward to welcoming all members, non-members and working groups of ICOM-CC to experience the recent and ongoing developments making our capital truly a cultural destination. The National Organizing Committee for ICOM-CC 2026 has prepared wide-ranging technical visits during the conference week. We believe this moment marks a unique point of departure, as our mayor will explain.
Oslo has for more than a decade experienced an historic investment in institutions dedicated to art, cultural heritage, and conservation. This has significantly changed how both visitors and locals experience the city. The capital of Norway has become a true cultural destination. The upcoming International Council of Museums Committee for Conservation's Triennial will give us the opportunity to showcase the new developments and advancements in the conservation field. So book your calendars for September 2026 from the 14th to the 18th. Heartily welcome to Oslo. Heartily welcome to Norway.
forward to welcoming you to the conference, which will be held at the Oslo Congress Center in the heart of the city, where everything is within walking distance. The members of ICOM-CC cover such diverse fields of expertise, but we have tried to find visits to fit your interest, being archaeology, photography, sculpture, paintings, archive, to mention a few. But we hope to entice several of you to use this opportunity to extend your visit either before or after the conference to some unique moments with our expertise. To organize the next triennial, a number of Norway's museum and cultural heritage institutions have joined forces for a compact event in Oslo with pre- and post-visits to Bergen, Trondheim, Alta, and Kautokeino. Before and after the conference, visits to some of Norway's finest cultural heritage destinations are planned, allowing for a once-in-a-lifetime experiences.
So do join us in Oslo next year, where we will talk about cultural connections in conservation. And in line with our earlier speakers today, I think it's a fantastic advert for our conference, where we'll not only look at cultural heritage, but also be deeply immersed in the beautiful Norwegian landscape. So please do join us, and we'll see you back here after the coffee break for the next session of speakers. And thank you, Kim, for letting me jump in at this stage to give this advert. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I know we are still technically in our coffee break. However, it's time for our second Slido poll. If you are already signed into Slido, you can go to the poll tab. You can use the link in the chat to access Slido. And our question for the next Slido poll is, for the next Focus on Conservation conference, what topic would be of interest to you? And again, it's best with Slido to keep it short, so one to 3 words max. This might take a second, as I know we're all sitting down. Technology, yes, agreed. AI and conservation. Let's see where this is going. So one day is not enough to cover all of these, all the aspects of AI and emerging technologies. Collaborations, also a great one. Participatory practices, technologies coming out the winner, collaborations. It's neck and neck. Networks, IPM. These are all wonderful suggestions. Thank you, everyone. We will make note of these, and perhaps you'll see a future conference on one of these topics. So, also just a quick reminder to submit all of your questions in Slido for the speakers. Our next speaker is Johanna Iriamo. If you would like to turn on your camera and join us for your talk. Is Johanna there? There she is. Hi, Johanna. There you go. Hello.
Hi, I rudely left the technical support room. I'm so sorry for.
No worries, no worries. We're happy to see you here. So Johanna is the director of the Digital Finnish National Gallery program and will provide insights into their digital first approach, among other things at the gallery. So Johanna, the floor is yours. Go right ahead.
Thank you so much, and thank you for helping me with the share. And thanks to Kate for inviting me. And I just realized this is the second time around that I've been extended this welcome to join the curators. And so much has happened in 2 years. Oh my goodness! So it's been a real treat to have a look at what's been going on. So I am Johanna, and I am in charge of the Digital Finnish National Gallery, and my job is to figure out what it is that we can do with the images of artworks and all of the related metadata that we have, and the art history and the research, and try to think of ways to bring that forward to people who are not able to, or prefer not to, or just don't visit the museums themselves. And the target groups can be quite different. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about where we've gone to since 2023 when I was last here. So next slide, please. For those of you who are not quite so acquainted with the Finnish National Gallery, we are the Finnish National Gallery. We have about 43,000 artworks in our collections. It includes paintings and sculptures and prints and photographs, and there's a very large, well, from our respective archival material, archives involved with those artworks. And we have 3 physical museums. Atheneum Art Museum, which is in charge of the modernism period, Museum of Contemporary Art Kiasma, which is in charge of obviously contemporary art, and then Sinebrychoff Art Museum, which is in charge of old European art. We have bounced back from pre-COVID or COVID years, and we've exceeded, I think, the last 2 years pre-COVID visitor numbers. So we're at about 900,000 visitors per year. And it is a lot. I think no one wants to reach 1 million, but we'll see how it goes. We have a very an excellent exhibition of Akseli Gallen-Kallela Klimt and Vienna in Atheneum right now, and it is bulging with visitors, which of course is a happy thing. Next slide, please. So the target groups, as I mentioned earlier on, for emerging technology products and services, if you will, are quite different, and they converge a little bit with museum visitors. But we've segmented them into 3 groups. So they're the culture lovers, who are like pro-technology. They are okay with watching a video, gaining some new information about art and art history through videos, or maybe, are bold and might try our virtual reality world, the world of Hugo Simberi, which is a MetaQuest goggle experience. Then the second group is gamers and tech enthusiasts first, who are then also enjoy art and culture and are into art and culture. They would probably be people who visit more the contemporary art, perhaps less old European and modernism, but they enjoy and appreciate art in any way. They are the first movers with things like our gaming projects. We have a game on Roblox and Fortnite, and who might be in the future, as we are thinking about virtual gallery platforms. They might be the ones to kind of take that to heart and be happy to join us on a different kind of a museum experience. We did have a pretty big project on Web3, meaning blockchain technology. And that was definitely for early adopters and people who are, gung-ho about technology. We all remember the boom of the NFTs from a couple of years ago. We didn't go exactly down the NFT path. We were more interested in learning about what it means to publish and collect and mint things on blockchain-based platforms. So we actually built one. And we invited creatives to bring their own content to the platform. And we learned so much from it. And I'll tell you a little bit more about what we've learned. But this project has been discontinued, the platform itself. A second part of that Web3 project, which was funded by Next Generation EU, was a generative art competition, and I will delve into that a little bit more in depth later on. But that is something that we probably might be going forward in the future as well. So next slide, please. So the building blocks of everything that I do with my team is obviously the original artworks, and in as good condition as possibly can be. I'm sure all of you both curators and conservators know that if you allow anyone with a video cam to come into the room when you're doing the conserving, those videos are out of the ballpark. People love them, and so we're always interested in trying to get into those rooms when interesting stuff is being done with the originals. But all of the data that we can attach to any of the artworks is super important as well. High resolution images, very important. 3D, even about with paintings, 3D imaging in the future is going to be very interesting, and then hopefully imaging the back of and the frames and sort of all of the artwork. Because if you think about virtual worlds, then you can look at the from the painting or the sculpture from every single angle, and that's why we want to see every single angle. Art historical research is still very key to what we do. We do not want to fib. We want to be very much in line with what has been researched. We don't want to come up with stories. Although we are into storytelling, but we do realize that we work for a National Gallery, and we want to adhere to researched information about the artworks. And one of my dreams, or in my letter to Santa for the following year, would be to, in the future, hopefully create a walled garden, which would be a proprietary large language model. What they call a large language model AI, where we could then start seeing what we could do with AI and our metadata. And obviously proprietary or a walled garden, because we need to or want to adhere to the copyright of the artists and all of the information that is related to our collection. But that's something hopefully we'll be taking forward in the future. Next slide, please. So these are the active projects that I have and my team has on our table right now. We have a documentary series called Art Trip. There are links to all of these at the end on the last slide. This is very simply video on demand. It is about approximately 30-minute documentary about some of our collections items. It can be thematic, it can be artist related. They are on demand, which means that they are for pay, €3.90, I believe, per episode. And we produce about 2 episodes per year. So we now have 6. We now have 6, and next year we'll produce 2 more. This is an ongoing project, and very happy about that. Now, the world of Hugo Simberg was both a VR experience on MetaQuest goggles and an online version of that. And it's not online right now, but we will bring it to the National Gallery website next year again. And we have also leased the content to spaces where they have these MetaQuest goggles, and we are looking for new spaces where they already have the goggles and are interested in showing that content. I'll show you a little bit about some videos of the content itself, so then you can you know a little bit about what it looks like. From the world of Fokus, but from that project, we understood that first of all, goggles are a little bit awkward still. They're big. There's the feeling that can you keep up on your 2 feet. So we're very interested in trying to figure out what a virtual exhibition space online might mean in the future, and this is something that we're keenly sort of trying to find. We're discussing with vendors, and hopefully in the future we'll find a good space where we could take these experiences, but also have the same space that we do things time and time again, kind of like in the museums. You have the same walls. The Hugo Simbari is a standalone VR experience, and you can't change anything inside of the world. So that is both a kind of like a long-term commitment and not a very effective way to do technological content. So virtual spaces, we're actively searching. Gaming, we have a game on Roblox and Fortnite. You will see a little bit about what they look like. It's an ongoing project as well. We are going to have a game jam with developers of gamers in end of January, which means it's kind of like a hackathon for developers, and we're inviting them into our offices, and we're going to see if they come up with a gaming idea that uses our CC0 licensed images of artworks. And then combine and remix. This is about our CC0 license collection images and related metadata. We had a generative art competition, and we have plans to do something similar, but with an educational institution. I won't be telling you more about the future plans yet, but hopefully, in the future you can learn a little bit about it. But now I believe, the next slide, please. So, virtual worlds. Are we able to find, if I may be audacious to say, a virtual space that functions like a museum but is virtual? Now, obviously, we work with the images of artworks, not actual artworks. We do have media pieces in the contemporary part of the collection as well, but this idea of having experiences that are online, that are in virtual spaces, where you can see different aspects of the artworks, is something that I think is in our future. So I'm going to show you the world of Hugo Simbari, a short video from there, and you can see a little bit about what we've been able to do in this VR exhibition. So next slide, please, in the video.
Yeah, Johanna, I believe
Yes.
that we are sharing a PDF version of your PowerPoint.
Right.
Do you
Yeah.
have this as a video that you could potentially share right now? Yeah?
Let me see if that works, because we just
That would be
yes,
great. I think we would
Yeah,
all
yeah.
love to see the video. So let's try.
I know. I tried to upload like a really, really big, it was it was huge. So let's see if this works.
Wonderful.
Yep, like so. And let me go into full. So can you see it now?
Yes.
Good.
Great. Oh, that's exciting. Oh, thank you.
Now, I could hear the music in my ear, you could not, but there's a rock song in the background, and I realized that I kind of jumped the gun. So there was the previous video was about the Roblox game. This is actually going to go on again tomorrow. Tomorrow is the Finnish Independence Day on 6th of December, and this is a collaboration that we do with the Finnish broadcasting company. They have an ongoing site on Roblox, and Roblox is played by kids maybe 8 to 13. I believe is the age bracket. Not many above for older than 14 play. So there's the Independence Day party for kids on Roblox, and this is the 4th year that we're doing it this year. Last year we had 170,000 kids join in the space of 6 hours. So hands down, the most visited exhibition ever, online, at least for us. And this is what the kids do. They have these avatars that they can make to look what they want to. They have to find artworks that are hidden in like a park area outside of this is the presidential palace, like a replica of it. And they have to find them, they put them in a backpack and bring them back to the correct places in the gallery. And the kids are then forced to read the artwork, look at, is it round, is it oval, is it what's the shape, and then bring it to the correct place. And then you get, I believe you get a token when you find all of the artworks. I have never found all of the artworks in time to bring them into the gallery. It's a lot of fun. It's very low threshold way of interacting with kids, and it'll be very interesting to see how it goes tomorrow. So now I'm jumping forward past the Fortnite, which is one of the world's most played games. Fortnite is. They have something like 8 million players per day, hundreds of millions of players every year. We've had this art heist game there's for a year now. And contrary to the name of the game, you actually go out and salvage artworks and bring them back to the gallery. And it's a team against team kind of a game where you can also snatch the other team's artworks if they found them and bring them to your own gallery. So there's mischievous gameplay. Nothing ever happens to the artworks or the images of the artworks, and that has been super interesting to see. About 5,000 games. In each game, you can have 2 to 12 players. So that has been really interesting as well.
Minute remaining.
Oh, thank you. So the collections, images, and data. I mentioned to you that we had this algorithmic art competition that we had in 24. We have an open API with CC0 licensed artworks where we then asked artists to download the whole thing. It was downloaded 3,000 times. We got about 94 submissions for the generative artworks. Here are the winners, the loom of reality, and then inventory numbers. We got 10 very, very different kinds of artworks, and generative art means that the artist actually knows to code enough so that they code what is being shown in the artwork. So it's not asking an AI to do something. It is being able to code so that they pick. So for instance, in the loom of reality, you pixelate the image. And in Andreas Rau's inventory numbers, so he meshed his own photography with images of people from our collections. And quickly, because I think Kate said that she was interested in hearing about our blockchain technology. So this was the platform. It was called Alusta, and we've discontinued the blockchain part of it. And the reason is that this technology moves so quickly that we as a museum just are not able to keep up. It is time consuming. You should be into it. It's not even so much of a cost. It's more of it keeps moving so quickly. It did not make sense to keep on going with this, since we didn't come up with with a viable plan to how to use it. Key learnings. People love the original art. We are not, and we do not want to compete with the museums. But we do think that there are different kinds of experiences that you can create in the digital. You can come really close. You can even go under the surface. You can go behind. You could also join interesting data and information. So I am 100% sure that we are on the right path. We haven't found all of the right ways to work with the content that we have. Key target groups are a little bit different. Some of them are museum goers, but a lot of this is targeted towards younger visitors who hopefully then will eventually come to see the real works as well. So we need to take their interests and their way of living into consideration. And I suppose lastly, technology is like a great enabler, but it should not be the lead. And I think in the Web3 project, maybe technology came first, and maybe that's one of the reasons why it didn't last any longer. But hopefully the combine will go on in a new iteration. And like I said, hopefully we'll be able to publish that next year. Here are links to all of the things that are live out now that we're using right now. I think they're in the PDF as well. So if you want to share that, please do so. And here I am. So I'm going to stop sharing now and happily ask any questions if we have time for that.
Thank you so much, Johanna.
Yeah.
Such an interesting talk. And I think it's fascinating, but it's so important to highlight the potential to reach these untapped audiences, right? Such as gamers, as one of the positive outcomes of these emerging technologies.
Right.
So thank you for speaking to that. And they certainly look a lot different than the Atari games that I grew up with.
Yeah, right.
But thank you so much. We're going to move on to our next speaker. Thank you, Johanna. So Thomas Speck, welcome.
Hi.
Welcome. Hi. Oh, Thomas is a professor for botany, functional morphology, and biomimetics, and director of the Botanic Garden of the University of Freiburg. Thomas is sharing his research on biomimetic shading systems and building halls inspired by plant movements. So Thomas, I'm handing it over to you.
Thank you. Do you see my screen and my PDF?
We do. Yes, we see.
Wonderful. So thank you very much.
Sorry, you're actually in presenter mode. If you go to, there's like usually a way to switch it from presenter mode.
Is it now on a better mode?
No, I can't. Like my screen's too small to see to try to help you out here.
Wait.
Typically it's a setting in PowerPoint of like the viewing mode, and then you can switch from presenter mode.
I leave again and I go to presenter mode.
Yeah, go to present. Yeah, you want to
Is it presenter mode now?
It is in presenter mode now, but you want to leave presenter mode, and I'm trying to think of what it would be called in German.
There should be an option towards the top that says swaps view.
Thomas, if you look underneath your large image, and there's a little magnifying glass, and next to that there's a little image next to it. Go to the right.
This one?
No, go backwards. Go back.
Oops.
Top left, go back. And now to the right, that one. It should link it. No.
Well, it's black now. It's better now.
I think we need to just continue. There's a little preview perhaps of, unless do you have notes as well that you don't want to share?
I see a magnification lens, and I can go either to the left or to the right.
Or you can, someone suggested that we restart the sharing entirely, if that's possible.
No problem. I go out of sharing. Wait. Okay. Sorry.
Apologies.
Sorry, it's my fault. Probably.
No, it's not your fault. Oh, there we go. This looks great.
No, it's good.
Okay, we're back on track. Okay.
Okay, fine.
So
Okay.
I'll see you in a bit.
So is it now okay?
Yes, you need to say next though when your slide is for
Okay.
our moderators. If you can just say next whenever you want your next slide, we're going to control it for you.
Okay, so I tell you next slide and so on. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, so sorry for this shenanigans. Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm a kind of an alien in this group. After having seen all this wonderful arts and museum stuff, I'm head of a living collection, and one of my main aims is to put living collections into value. And for doing this, we try to use bio-inspiration and bio-inspired products which are inspired by plants. Can I go to the next slide, please? And then you have to press several times to get this into motion, probably. Okay. No next slide. That's a bit of a problem at first. Can you hear me at all? Can you still hear me?
I can hear you. Yes, I'm not.
We can hear you.
No, press again, please, to get all the other stuff in motion. And yes, what I'm interested in is motile systems in plant and animals. You have to press again to get the other movies working. Okay, it's a bit, and once more. And yes, motion is a typical aspect and characteristic aspect of life. And if you press again, we may probably also see the plants move, because one problem is that we normally link motion only with animals, but also plants show a lot of motion, but they move either more slowly. Please press again, sorry for that. And now you see opening of a flower or motion processes in rainforest. And we normally don't see it as a motion because it's either too slow or too fast for optical system, which is optimized. Press again, please. Which is optimized of motion sequences in tens of seconds or seconds. And this is typically what we see in animals. And if you can press once or twice again, you might see some other plant movements. Yes, please press. Okay. Okay. Yeah, press many times and then we will go on with the slides. No problem. So anyways, plant motions are very interesting because can you press please again for the next slide? Okay, we are stuck. We are entirely stuck. Do you hear me at all, or I'm out at?
No, we hear you.
But can the person who runs my screen press again? Or okay, now I'm running. Do you see now? Okay. Anyways, so we don't normally see plant motions. Do you see the next slides now? If I press, do you see the next slides? This black and white stuff.
Yes.
Okay, great. The problem is that plant motions are either too slow or too fast. So you see growth process in the rainforest, the opening and closing of pine cones, which are much too slow for our optical system to be really seen as motions. Or you see these carnivorous plants, which are much too fast, like the infamous Venus flytrap, which closes within 100 milliseconds, or even other further systems. But plant motions are interesting for several reasons. One reason is that they have no localized hinges. They are all based on elastic deformation, and this makes them very robust and resilient. And there are also other structures or other functions which make plant motions interesting for technical transfer into biomimetic inspired systems. So plants have no central control unit, which means they have no brain. And they show a high level of function integration because in their motile systems, sensor, actor, and reactive element and support structure are all integrated. And for that, they show a very high functional resilience and robustness. And they show considerable embedded, we call it embedded environmental intelligence. You don't see anything or what?
Yes, we see the movement of the plant.
You see the movement of the, but not the next slide.
I don't know what is the next slide.
Okay, great. So I think we have to restart it. Sorry for that. But if you don't see my slides, so I'm talking without any. Should I restart it? and jump in somewhere in the.
No, and now comes a new slide.
Okay. No, I think I start again from my desk. I think it makes absolutely no sense because you obviously seem not to be able to restart the new slides. Can you see my slide now?
No, not yet. You need to share your, so these are your slides, but we're still in presenter view. If this is how you want to go through with the presentation, I think that we're on board with that.
Do you see the slides now?
We do, but it's presenter view, so we see your notes and then also the next slide.
Okay.
But this, I think that this might be.
Okay, so we do it that way. It seems not to work other way. Sorry for that.
That's okay.
No, anyways, what we did, we tried to use the inspiration we get from the plants for new green technologies and especially.
I'm sorry, Thomas, if I jump in, if you try to do Shift F5. Shift F5. Yeah.
Okay. I did it. It's really strange because all I see on my screen are full screen slides from my side. I do Shift F5.
This is because you've got the dual monitor access or dual image. So you're mirroring your presenter notes to us and you are seeing the presenter mode on your screen.
Okay. Is it better now?
No.
Really? Okay, I think there is no way. I think we go on and I just talk a bit about, you see at least in the presenter mode my slides.
Yes.
Okay, then we go on. So what we did at the end, we took the inspiration from nature for new facade shading systems and new building hulls of plan for buildings, which we try to reduce the energy which is used for, let me say, control of the inside. And here you see, first you see a reflector fin, which was inspired by the bird of paradise flower. And here you see a perch of a bird of paradise flower on which a bird lands. Then the pollen go to the feet of the bird and the pollination takes place. And the movement here is something which is normally totally feared by architects, is so-called torsional buckling. But we could functionalize it. And these are my two colleagues from Stuttgart, Jan and Achim, which I did all my work together. And try Command and Control F. Okay, I give it a try, a last try, Control F. Okay, it's better now? No. Okay, let's go on. I didn't think it made a lot of sense. And if you look at the lower left movie, you see a facade shading system which seems to rotate, but all is actuated by bending of the backbone. And the good thing is here you see a building in South Korea where we could realize it on a large scale with 17-meter high elements. And the good thing is you have no sliding parts, you have no gliding parts, which makes it very robust and resilient. So this is actuated by hydraulics. The next role model we used is this small underwater plant. This is a water trap, which is a wonderful plant, and it's also a very active catcher, catches a lot of animals. And what's interesting us is how the motion is brought about. And the motion in this system is called by kinetic coupling. So you have this underwater plant, and a slight bending of the backbone causes the two halves to close. And this was our inspiration for a new type of facade shading system, which is called the reflector line. And by this system, we can really close all types of convex or concave surfaces and shade them. And here you see the reflector line in an installation in the Botanic Garden where we use it for shading our greenhouses. And it's pneumatically actuated. We need a very, very low overpressure, only about 100 millibar. And what you see here, the black parts are solar photovoltaic elements, which harvest enough energy to run the compressors for the pneumatic system. And here you see how the transfer took place from the biological role model to this kind of facade shading system. We used also inspiration from beetles to make the bending zones as resilient, as robust as possible. And with this, we can really build this wonderful kind of facade shading system, which has a digital twin and is controlled either via the temperature inside of the buildings or by the light infall. And by this, we can really control very nicely the greenhouses and also the working spaces of our gardeners. The last example I would like to show you is entirely free of external energy. It harvests the energy it needs from the environment, from changes in humidity, as you see here in this pine cone. Pine cones are open. If it's dry, then the seeds can be blown out and fly away. If it's wet, the seeds are sealed in the pine cone and are protected. And everybody thinks that it's only one layer, one B layer in the pine cone, but there are several B layers which actuate the pine cone scales. And you see here an intact scale, and you see here two of these bilayer systems, the sclerate layer and the trine-karma fibers. And this makes these pine cones extraordinarily robust and resilient. And here you see pine cones opening and closing, and you see a cross-section through pine cone scale with the two actuating elements, the trine-karma fibers and the sclerate cells. And the interesting thing is that we can rebuild and reinvent, based on this information, a new type of 4D printed motile system. And we use inspiration from our living collections to build this absolutely new kind of facade shading systems, which are mechanically robust, functionally integrated, environmental responsive, and show multi-phase motions without any consumption of external energy. In the lower part, you see a pine cone scale bending, and you see it's not only bending, it's only making a V-shaped structure at the end, which stabilizes it. And all this we can really rebuild by our 4D printed system. And the idea is to build new biomimetic actuators which can really control during rain or during sunshine the internal situation of buildings. For doing this, we can program these systems, and we can, for example, use here these kind of actuating layers. We have 4 actuating layers, 1 restrictive layer, 1 blocking layer. And by this, we can really very nicely program the material systems so that react differently. Different layers react differently to environmental changes. And one example is here. We have here a ventilation pore with 6 flaps. And if all the 6 flaps would open at the same time after becoming dry or wet, then they could block each other. But if we have a pre-programmed ones, then we have a sequential opening, and first the outer 3 open and then the inner 3 open, and we can really avoid any blockage. Having done this, we went to a real world application, to a real big building, which is about 7 meters high and 18 meters in diameter. And for this, we need other material systems. We used here a filaments of acrylonitrile styrene, ASA, as restricting filament, and used bio-based polyketones with 35% cellulose as actuators. And by this, we could really nicely program these flaps in a way that they react to humidity changes. And you might now wonder why we build a sun shading system which reacts on humidity. By this, we use a strict coupling of humidity with heat and sunshine. In temperate climate, if it's dry, if it's sunny and hot, it's dry. And if it's cloudy, then it's wet. And here you see on a sunny day how the sunshade automatically, without any external energy, closes. And overnight, or in a wetter day, which is not sunny, it's opening and the sun can shine in. And by this, we can really nicely produce a kind of sun shading element, which is built in this kind of biomimetic shell, which is inspired also here by sun urchin structures. So the elements are built like the plates of a sun urchin skeleton, and it's made out of special kind of wood system. We have different kind of woods in these elements combined. And with this sun shading element, which you see up here, and this wood structure, we could reduce the material consumption by more than 50% compared to conventional timber building, and the global warming potential by more than 63%. And it it also has automatically a good sound and heat insulation by this kind of cassette structures. And here you see again how it looks like. This is a sun shading system in this huge window on top of this building. And you see on a sunny day in March with low humidity, it's closed and shades inside. And in the morning of the same day, when the humidity was higher, about 60% relative humidity, it starts opening. So it takes about 15 minutes for fully opening or closing. And by this, we can really control without any external energy the kind of temperature and the kind of sunlight which goes into the building. And I think this is a very nice way how we could try it. This, by the way, is my group. And I show you a last slide where you see again in the reality how it works. It's open overnight or on a cloudy day and it closes on a hot day. And with this, we could really put into value our living collection in the Botanic Garden, and we could prove that it's really worth for keeping these living collections, using these living collections as concept generators for a new green architecture of the 21st century, and making and reducing dramatically the energy use we need normally for internal control of light and heat. I have to apologize again that it seems not to work pretty nicely. I have no idea why not. It's the first time that I had these problems. Maybe because I have a new laptop, which I'm obviously not controlling very well. So thank you very much nevertheless, for your attention. I hope you have at least seen a bit of the beauty of this kind of, let me say, bio-inspiration and what you can learn about it. And I think it's very important not to forget the living collections, the zoological gardens and the botanic gardens, which really, really host a lot of biological diversity and can really help to make for a greener life in the 21st century. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Thomas. And despite the technical difficulties, your beautiful work shown through, and looking to nature to inform us and inspire us to adapt to future climate challenges is something we're seeing more of, and I'm all for it. I'm very excited about the work you're doing. We have a lot of questions that have rolled in for you, so we will see you at the Q&A.
I'm there at the Q&A, but unfortunately, because I mixed again the dates a bit, because UC time and our time, I'm at the Q&A. I'm around, but not for the later session. But if anybody has any question, anything they want to ask, send me an email, and you can also share. You can make a PDF out of my talk and can share my talk, all the slides, so people can see the slides. And perhaps one of the museum's directors will build a new museum with a wonderful bio-inspired facade shading system one day. Thank you very much again.
Thank you so much. And yes, we'll share it around. We have a very lively community internationally here as our audience. So thank you so much, Thomas. And moving on to our dialogue today with Annette Kuhlem and Hilke Marie Berger. Could you please turn your cameras on? Oh, it's nice seeing you. Hello, Annette. Hello, Hilke. And you both were on the road today in various ways, traveling around. But just a quick introduction. So Hilke Marie Berger is head of cultural urban development in Kiel and led the Sinking Cities project, which is the subject of her talk today. Dr. Annette Kuhlem is an archaeologist and lead of the Tuvalu Digital Repository for Cultural Heritage, which is also the topic of what she's covering today in her presentation. So Hilke, we're going to start with your presentation. I hope you have everything, all the technical issues have been sorted, and let us know if you're having problems, and take it away. Looking forward.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kim, for the nice introduction. Hi, everyone. I'm super happy to be here. Thank you, Thomas, by the way, for that very inspiring examples from biometrics. I love them. Could someone from the team maybe show my presentation? Because I have a bit of problem with the connection. It's a bit bumpy. Thank you so much. I guess you all now see the presentation because I can. So I'm going to talk today about a research project that I am still heading. It's with the City Science Lab at the Hafen City University, where I was the scientific lead for the last 5 years. It's a collaboration with the MIT Media Lab, and this project I'm going to talk to you about was called Sinking Cities, and it was dedicated to the question, next slide please, how the rich resource of cultural heritage that we have in regards of human beings settling around water resources all over the globe and adapting to the different kind of transformations that come with that, rising sea levels, like the different kind of flows of rivers, hard rain, those kind of things that we are now facing in dramatic ways have been there, of course, from the get-go, from our early days of settlement on this globe. And there is a lot to say about this resource that we have as humankind, because there are so many tales and stories and artworks that are dedicated to rising waters and the adaptation skills that we as humans need to find to be able to cope with that. And that was the starting point really for this 2-year-long research project that was founded by the Volkswagen Foundation. It was about transdisciplinary collaboration. So we worked together with local researchers, but also with culture institutions and artists. And it was a collaboration with the Research Institute for Sustainability in Potsdam here in Germany. Next slide, please. We had 3 different cases. We started in Alexandria. Alexandria, of course, maybe most of you might know, is facing severe sinking problems due to different causes, basically, all climate change related, of course, but also they started with the early days of settlement and post-colonial impact on those settlements, not post-colonial, but colonial impacts, of course, the shifting of the settlements where they built their houses from the get-go was a bit challenging, and there is a lot of memories dedicated to former Alexandrians and how they were living with water in the city. And Alexandria is one of the cities in the world which is facing severe kind of climate threats. They might be sunken by 2050 already. So their working there was quite interesting. On the other hand, we as researchers felt a bit naive because the day-to-day struggles there are so intense due to to poverty and all kinds of informal settlements that getting evicted there, that this future thinking of how to be able to adapt until 2050 was a different kind of story. So we took this as a starting point. We worked together with a local researcher and local artists, next slide please, to dedicate the work to memories, to the memories that people really feel in relation to water and their city. And the artists we worked with built a machine which carved those memories into a tombstone, kind of, to honor those memories and the cultural heritage that people feel in relation to their city. Next slide, please. You can see here, and you now need to start, please, the video with the singing on the, you need to press on the right one, the one where the 2 people are standing, because they are singing an ancient song. We just listen for a couple of seconds. Okay, thank you. Can you stop it? Yeah, thank you. It's okay. We're at Jakarta already, but let me say one sentence to Alexandria. So what we found quite strong in Alexandria was the notion of memories as something where people were able to kind of memorize the city as something and to let it go. And this notion of grieving and how to grieve about things that are in the past was something that we took away from that. And with this knowledge, we came to Jakarta. I'm not going to go into any details because I don't have the time. Next slide here, in regards of the problems that they're facing. But most of you might know that Jakarta is kind of a symbol for sinking cities worldwide, because the land subsidence there is so strong that people already got evicted due to the newly built seawall. Here we worked again with a local research institute, the Rujak Center for Urban Studies, and local artists. Also not going into any details, but at the end, you will find out that you can take a closer look to all those research outcomes, because our main goal with this research was how to build a digital archive, how to share the knowledge, the locally specifics about that. Because here in Jakarta, it was about the relationship to water for children that got evicted, and the seawall that was being built. Next slide, please. Because they now don't really have any connection to the water over there, which you can kind of see symbolized in this artwork here. Next slide, please. I'm sorry that I'm rushing through this material, but it's quite a lot, and I only have a few minutes for that. So jumping to Bremen, where we again addressed this topic of culture heritage understood as a locally rooted culture practice adaptation here, was dedicated to the question how crisis organization is done in Germany specifically, because this is mainly, or I think, typically done by volunteers, voluntary work, like the Technische Hilfswerk, so the technical aid agency, which is which is run by people all over in Germany, and they have a lot of knowledge, and we try to tap into that knowledge. Next slide, please. By learning together how to build dikes, basically how to pack and unpack sandbags, and how this kind of handling really is done. And that was transformed in an exhibition by the artists and a local culture institution, in an exhibition, also a kind of a workout center where people really did build those kind of, or started to build those kind of sandbag dikes. Next slide, please. As you can see here, they kind of transformed it into a fitness gym, a gymnastic room for people, for children in that case, which was a playful kind of way to address this cultural heritage that comes with the knowledge of adaptation in a very kind of pragmatic sense. So next slide, which is the final one. As you can see here, at the moment, we're trying to build this digital archive, the Sinking Cities online archive, where we use digital storytelling. You can spin the globe. I'm not able to show it to you because it's still a bit buggy and it would destroy my time that I have. But it's going to be published soon, and we're collecting not only those cases from Jakarta, Alexandria, and Bremen. You can click then and spin the globe, and you can see different kind of stories that are archived there, different kind of resources in regards of cultural heritage, and everything here is locally rooted in the practices of everyday life. And with that, of course, there's a lot of topics coming with that, like the colonial impact of settlements and the shifting water kind of rising situations everywhere. So in a nutshell, the Sinking Cities digital archive is going to be a resource for transformation, hopefully, where we can all learn from each other. And with that, Kim, I think I'm at my end.
Well, thank you so much for sharing. We're going to move quickly on to Annette because we are a little bit behind time. So Annette, if you would like to go ahead and share your presentation, and then we'll delve into the dialogue portion.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much, Hilke, and thank you very much, Kim, for organizing. I'm gonna share my screen here. Where are we? Okay, so that should all be on everything visible. Can you hear me?
Everything's perfect.
Okay, I like to hear that. So yes, hello everybody from Palau. Yes, one of my destinations. I have just been in Tuvalu, and I want to present about a project that I'm leading, which I think is very interesting, following Hilke's talk, where we learned about sinking cities, and yeah, our project on the Tuvalu Digital Repository for Cultural Heritage is actually on, yeah, a sinking nation. This is a project that we have developed with the Tuvaluan Department of Culture and the Rising Nations Initiative. I think map is maybe in order when talking about Tuvalu, because I do get a lot of questions about where it is. So it is one of the small low-lying atoll nations, and in an area of the Pacific that is very much affected by climate change effects, in the sense of extreme weather events, but also the sea level rise predictions for that area of the Pacific are especially high. And Tuvalu has a maximum elevation of 4 meters above sea level, so it's very, very directly affected as an entire nation by sea level rise. And as we all know, there are very severe effects with, of course, primarily threat to lives, threat to infrastructure and livelihood, but also, and that is something that has only very recently really become a part of the climate change discussion, the threat to the unique, tangible and intangible cultural heritage. And this is why there was a call for action from the state of Tuvalu at the United Nations to create a digital repository to safeguard cultural heritage. And that's exactly what we as the German Archaeological Institute have been doing across different islands in the Pacific, like, for example, here in Palau, where we use digital technology to safeguard, to document, and it goes from a very broad scale, from landscapes, from archaeological sites to museum objects, but also to all the intangible aspects such as specific fishing practices, farming practices, traditional knowledge, songs, dances, etc. And what we have also done in the region is define specific risk areas correlating with tide tables and sea level rise predictions, so that targeted measures for cultural preservation can be taken. What's an important aspect of our work is that it is not only the direct coastal areas, but often also inland areas that are affected, especially when we talk about cyclones and storm surges, where salt water is being pushed far inland in these island communities, where most of the subsistence is based on taro or swamp taro farming. And once those fields get inundated with salt water, it can take years for them to regenerate, and basically through that can make an island uninhabitable. Our documentations always go along with documentation of traditional knowledge, and so we specifically, in cooperation with our local partners, seek out what are the traditional knowledge holders, the recognized knowledge holders in those communities, to also safeguard their knowledge in the form of interviews, video and audio files. And we create 3D scans of the sites or the landscapes that we're trying to safeguard. So the idea about this repository is to use digital technology to map, document, record, and safeguard. But it is also a space, a digital space for communities to share, to access, and connect over cultural heritage, because one of the effects that climate change has in the nation of Tuvalu is that there's a lot of migration. So people are leaving, which of course ruptures traditional forms of knowledge transfer. There's a lot of practices that rely on strong communities, on numbers, and with people leaving their islands, there's rupture in those kind of systems. And so these digital spaces where people can somehow connect and come together and exchange their cultural heritage is a way of maintaining in a very, very different setting, this kind of interaction over culture. So I will just show a couple of the digital models that we have created. This is a ceremonial site. I can see that it is a little bit not very smooth, but I am on a small island, so the internet connection is a challenge. But just to show an example of like the scale that we can document, like from extensive sites going to smaller objects, like this, for example, is a throne that is only allowed to be touched and sat on by very specific members of the community. And a German researcher like myself is definitely not amongst the eligible people to even come close to this. And with the digital technology that we are using, I don't have to, but I can still create a very precise documentation for the case that there might be any destructions due to floodings or extreme weather events. It is often the details that get lost first. So just another example, and again, sorry for the video quality here, where it's those intricacies like bindings on specific tools, how knots are tied, that hold a lot of cultural value, that hold a lot of value just in the form of how tools function, and those are the kind of things that get lost very quickly, and a very detailed digital documentation is a way of safeguarding this. Another aspect, more from a researcher perspective, is that these digital models we are creating can be used for detailed, for gaining detailed information. For example, here a slide that shows a detail of a specific kind of rock that has been used for this archaeological site, that can be submitted to a geologist for them to do the analysis that they would usually have to do on site or through samples. Then you can get dimensions, you can measure. So there's a lot of value in accessing information from the other side of the world, and still have a very good and detailed documentation. And as I mentioned, all of this is always accompanied by video files and by audio files, and by recording how specific handicrafts are made, for example, because those are also things with people migrating and moving that are being lost. Another aspect of this bringing together and safeguarding Tuvaluan culture are collections in museums all across the world. And that is the part of the project that the Rising Nations Initiative is responsible for. But the idea is basically to bring together Tuvaluan culture in all its aspects in one digital space, and have give people the opportunity to access it without having to navigate through many different databases. And then, of course, for me as an archaeologist, a very important aspect of culture, which so far in Tuvalu has not been taken into consideration at all, is archaeological research, because here we are talking about knowledge that is not even necessarily there yet. There's been exactly one archaeological excavation in the 80s, so we have no idea about how long these islands have even been settled. We know nothing about human environment interactions, how Tuvalu was part of bigger maritime networks. And all of those are important, is important information to have and So yeah, something that is very much at jeopardy of being lost with rising sea levels and extreme weather events, because that information is literally still in the ground. And so that is the aspects that we looked into on the outer island of Vaitupu in the central group of Tuvalu, where we excavated one settlement site and one ceremonial site. The settlement site, we had house platforms right on the surface, and there's traditional knowledge about this specific site being the first settlement of this island. And so the idea was to find datable material to put scientific data and combine it with traditional knowledge. And we were lucky that we found several fireplaces. So we have a very high potential of finding out, what the lab dates are for what is believed to be the first settlement. And the same goes for this ceremonial site, of which I already showed the 3D scan, the video, where we found an earlier occupation underneath, and where we also have fireplaces and datable material. So all of this gathering of information, is one aspect of this project, but the most important one really is the community involvement, because it is at the front and center of this project to not make this a Western researcher style repository database, but to make this Tuvaluan database or online museum. And of course, for that, we need the input from our Tuvaluan partners and from the different communities. And we do this through roundtables and consultations, and we directly involve the communities in the design, in the digital design of the database. So we respect the cultural sensitivities, and we have like the Tuvaluan cultural understandings in the forefront. And so there are no filters applied from our side. We are really just the ones providing the infrastructure. What is very important is that Tuvalu is a very, very extensive country in the sense of the area that it covers, even though the islands are very, very small. So there are 9 islands, and all the islands are very unique. And in that sense, we cannot just paint with a broad brush and talk about Tuvalu cultural heritage. It is island-specific cultural heritage, and so that is something that we had to include in the way that we were going about defining different categories and defining different aspects of metadata that goes along with the actual digital objects or digital assets that were put into the database. We collaborated with a German programming company, the Programmfabrik from Berlin, and they are the ones who are designing the database for storing this cultural, all these different aspects of cultural heritage. We had a very interesting experience just 2 weeks ago in Tuvalu, where we actually had the programmers come out to the islands and do community consultations with the different island representatives. So to not just make the mistake of only representing the main island, which is very, very often done by many projects, because ease of access is you get to the main island and then that's where you do your projects. But if you really want to represent Tuvaluan culture, you have to involve all the different island communities. And so we had some very, very interesting encounters of like Berlin programmers and Tuvaluan let's say church representatives, island representatives, women council representatives. And so in real time, the programmers were changing, adapting, and extending the different categories, the different metadata that goes along with the content. And The content creation is something that will be done by the Tuvaluan community. So that is something that is not going to be like a group of foreign researchers like myself, but we have provided technical equipment for each of the islands, for 3D scanning, for interviews, for storage, which is very important. And then in May next year, there will be a big central cultural festival where all the islands will basically submit the content that they have chosen to create. And that's a very important aspect because there is a big importance in Tuvalu about not sharing information because it's considered classified. It's considered secret knowledge with very specific secret knowledge holders. And that is something that we can actually account for in the programming through different administrator rights and having kind of digital vaults where only the eligible families or the eligible people can have access to. And then a very important aspect is our trainings for local schools. So in documentation techniques, drone flying, interview techniques, so that we get the youth involved from a very early age and have this be an ongoing process for which we provide the digital infrastructure. And then in the years to come, this repository will be filled with whatever content Tuvaluans decide that they want to have safeguarded. And with that, Fafetailasi, or thank you.
Thank you so much, Annetta. We have a very, very small window to try to maybe instigate a conversation very quickly. I have one question, but it is a question I think you both know is coming, and it is for both of you. So when working with these emerging technologies, right, or with certain demographics, or as external partners coming in with a very Western perspective, biases are inherent and inevitable. Could you both please outline and describe some of the biases present in your projects and the ways in which you are attempting to rectify them? Hilka, you can answer first.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Great question and super important. I think I mentioned one, and that was maybe the most crucial one already. That was our maybe naive kind of assumption that people on the ground in Alexandria, for example, are dedicating a lot of time to this question of adapting to future outcomes in 2050 when they're struggling on a day-to-day basis. And that was something where we felt with this kind of it's a kind of a luxury to think that far ahead if you're really struggling on a daily basis to survive, really, because those communities who are facing the most most vulnerable and are facing the most impact are, of course, again, those who are living in informal settlements, for example, who got evicted already. So those kind of things, I think, should be considered. And those data sets that are collected, we do it kind of similar to Annetta's approach, because we worked everywhere with local researchers. So it was not our intent to go there and say, look, we come with a lot of knowledge, let's discuss or share, but really to talk with local researchers who are of course the experts, and with local artists again, and to be more kind of facilitator for conversations basically there.
Annetta,
I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, of course you answered it perfectly. Annetta, do you want to chime in and respond or give your own?
Yeah, I think in my case, for the case of Tuvalu, one of the biggest misconceptions was when I first started working there, there was kind of this general narrative floating out there that people are packing up, leaving, have given up. Tuvalu is basically going under, and people are digitizing and then moving out because they're sinking. And then when you actually talk to communities and when you're actually on the ground, and also with the background of having worked with Polynesian or Pacific Island communities for a very long time, people have always adapted to changing shorelines. They have adapted to, they live with the water, right? And so they are very interested in safeguarding culture, in safeguarding, also in digitizing sites, etc., but not because they are giving up. It's not this like, we need to do this because then we're leaving. And that was like one of the biggest misconceptions that I started out with. And then the other one I think I already mentioned, which is like we kind of went in there, the whole project title is Tuvalu Cultural Heritage, but there is really hardly anything that is like Tuvaluan in that sense, other than things related to the church. And everything else is really island-specific cultural heritage, and that is something that we have to definitely take into account. And then I think for both projects, if I may, Hilke, it's just a question of digital literacy and who even has access to these very Western tools, which at the end of the day, digital technology is shaped through a Western lens, it's used through a Western lens. And often the knowledge holders are the ones that are, just due to age, the least digitally literate, right? And so, yeah, that's definitely a problem in all these kind of digitization projects. That the technologies and the methodologies are from a very Western standpoint.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's important to point that out. And thank you for your answer. But like we're in a conference with many conservators who do have a certain amount of digital literacy. And I think a question that comes to mind for many of us is there any danger of, quote, format obsolescence with the Tuvalu digital twin? And what ensures the longevity of this digital asset?
So the whole idea of this digital repository is that the administrator rights will be with the local Department of Culture. And so it is something where we provide the digital infrastructure, and then the administrator rights and what goes in it will be with the local cooperation partners. So that is where we kind of do a handover with like trainings, etc., that are already ongoing. But it is not us who will kind of maintain this database.
Yeah, that's good to know, and something to think about also moving forward. Hilke, one last question for you. There's a few questions that maybe overlap a little bit. But what lessons have you learned from working with these cities that you think others should hear? And in particular, what could conservators or cultural heritage institutions learn from your work?
Wow, yeah, I'm not sure if I'm able to, or if I'm even in position to say to someone, you should learn this from our research. What I personally really learned was that the local community and their relation, how they relate really to water, is very specific. Of course, it's locally rooted, and those kind of cultural practices. They are not something that can be scaled up or transferred easily on the one hand. On the other, there is a lot of things that one could learn about how, as I tried to phrase it, humankind always needed to adapt, as you, Annette, also pointed out, to shifting shorelines and those kind of things. And I think that there is a huge resource lying in those kind of untangible cultural heritage formats like songs, stories, poems, artworks, those kind of things, which have not been tapped into really in regards of what can we really learn, also in regards of mourning, letting go, those kind of things. And coming back to a bias that I was not mentioning is the bias of time. This linearity that we all focus on in our modern way of thinking is something that in a lot of cultural practices is not really a thing, because it's a different notion of time. So like the past, the present, the future, they are intertwined in a very different different kind of thing, which I think is true for a lot of culture settings that we were working with. Yeah, maybe I leave it at that.
Thank you so much. I love that you touch upon the time aspect, and also grief. I'm very thankful that you brought that into the conversation, because it's avoided often, but it's a driving force, not only in cultural heritage but also behind the projects that you are doing. Yeah, Thomas is also joining us for one question. This is kind of bled into our Q&A. We need to quickly ask Thomas a question about, so someone wants to know how the study of plant movements and biomimetic principles can be scaled up to influence sustainable architecture and building design more broadly. But then also, I'm combining two questions. This is, I guess, in response to the autonomous system for shading. Does this work on a large scale, for example, for an entire museum facade?
Yeah, for the first question, it's at the end, it's never copying nature. It's a new invention which is inspired by nature. The pinecone scale, for example, doesn't open and close to shade. It's open and close to protect the seeds and lets them only flow out if the weather conditions are good enough. So you always take an inspiration. You take an inspiration from the functioning, and then you more or less reinvent, based on this knowledge, something which can be used either for architecture. We did a lot of other stuff for Airbus and for other companies and so on. You can always say you learn from the functions, from the structure-function relationship. And to the question if it can be scaled up, yes, no problem at all. You can scale it up for facades which are several hundred square meters wide and long. And the most interesting thing is you can also use it for retrofitting. New buildings are definitely one aspect. The much more important aspect for climate control is retrofitting already existing glass facades. And because our shading system is in between two slides of glass, they can put in front of each existing glass facade and help to shade the inside of this glass facade. So it's absolutely no problem at the moment. We are trying with our colleagues from Stuttgart, we are trying to collaborate with industrial partners, because at the moment it's still done more or less as a kind of project. But if you want to bring it on the market, you have to have an industrial partner. And there is a lot of interest in, and I hope that in the next 1 or 2 years, we can really bring it first for museums and for other official buildings on the market, but later perhaps also for one-family houses.
That would be incredible. So everyone spread the word. We're looking for industrial partners to commercialize and get these technologies on the market, especially for museums. And I apologize for the time crunch, but we need to close this Q&A. I thank you all so much for joining us as speakers. I feel like there's just so much to unpack in everything that has been presented so far. But we need to move on to the next round of speakers. So thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Hilke. Thank you, Annetta.
Thank you.
We'll send along. There's so many questions for all of you. We'll send them along in an email.
Okay, great.
Okay.
As I said, you can share my talk if you want to make a PDF out of it, and anybody's interested, just share it. Okay, I have also to leave.
All right, take care. Mach's gut.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have Lisa. Up next is a speaker.
Because it disabled. Oh, my video is disabled by the host.
Oh no.
Stop my video. Yeah.
There you are. There she is. Hi, Lisa.
Yeah.
Good
Hi.
to see you.
You too.
So we are.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I'm gonna just give you a quick introduction. Lisa's a paper conservator and head of the Department for Paper Conservation at the Kiruna Center for Conservation, and she's going to be discussing what's happening in Kiruna, a conservation perspective. So, Lisa, I'm going to hand it over to you, and I'll see you in a little bit.
Thank you. Yeah, and I'm gonna. Where do I share my screen? More? Where do I share my screen? How did I lose it? I lost the button.
You're muted.
Oh no, sorry. There is a green button with an arrow at
Oh
the
yeah. Oh my God.
It's okay. It's okay.
Got
It's
it.
been a long week for everyone.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I was like, this is too complicated. Okay, thank you so much. I hope you see my screen now. Otherwise, let me know.
We do.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to ICOM-CC, Focus on Conservation, Roads to Resilience, for being interested in what is happening in Kiruna, the Arctic town in the very north of Sweden that is undergoing a transition due to mining activities. And before I start, I would like to disclaim that I'm not professionally involved in the relocation of the city. I am head of a paper conservation studio at the Kiruna Center for Conservation. It's a governmental funded trust that works with conservation and digitization of cultural heritage for Swedish National Archives, the National Library, and the National History Museum. So my conservation perspective is as a citizen that is working and living in Kiruna. And my workplace got relocated, and my house is about to get relocated. So this is my perspective as a citizen. Yeah, so Kiruna is the largest municipality in Sweden by area, but very sparsely populated. There's approximately 23,000 people living in a municipality, of whom 18,000 in Kiruna city. And it's located 200 kilometers above the polar circle. And we have climate zone 7, which is very cold, and zone 8, which is subarctic climate. And I was very impressed when I heard the studies about Simon Lambert from CCI speak about this Tuesday, about different target points for different climate zones, because we currently have around 20% relative humidity inside the conservation laboratory, inside, which is when it's minus 15 degrees outside, but it can drop until 10% relative humidity during winter, which makes the paper conservation laboratory forced to run mobile humidifiers, making a lot of noise, and to keep the RH about 35%, which is our target value right now. Okay, so in 2024, Kiruna Council initiated a large-scale urban relocation in response to the mining activities that has created a sinkhole. And the area that was in this urban relocation is the red area. And this has taken 20 years and is ongoing. Then 20 years later, in September 2025, it was clear that the area was expanding due to the sinking hole. And that is the blue area. And that is also needed to be evacuated, but this time within 10 years. So in 2035, 2/3 of Kiruna city will have been relocated to a new city center 5 kilometers away, which is the red circle on your right-hand side. And I just wanted to show this picture. It's from 2017, and you can see the sinkhole and the town in the background. And the mountain behind the town is an old mine, and that is now a ski slope. So here I am on top of this ski slope. And the red area is the one that needs to be demolished within 10 years until 2035. And the blue area is the sinkhole. And the new town is built 5 kilometers to the left-hand side on this picture. Okay, the relocation involves evacuation and demolition of much of Kiruna's built environment. And Kiruna was founded as a city around 1900, and most of the buildings are from early or mid-20th century. There is a blue fence in the old city center that is moving closer to people's houses and cutting off areas where demolition is happening. And this is a picture of the old city square where the biggest hotel and community activity center used to be. And they do try to reduce the dust from the demolition by spraying water during, but there is still a powdery cement that creates dust and gets stuck on the windows from the demolition. And there's also a black dust from waste rock from the mine, which you can see in the background there. Around 40 buildings, which is listed and protected under the Swedish Environment Act, have been relocated to the new city center or other locations. And since this act is not adapted for relocations, these buildings count as new buildings and needs to be adapted to current building rules and regulations. And therefore, in practice, they often need to be remodeled inside, which generally is no problem since the interior is often not protected under this act. And therefore, these buildings can be relocated with the protection of its exterior, as long as its exterior is not changed or altered. But there is one exception, is the church interior, and the church is in this picture. The church interior is listed under the Swedish Historic Environment Act, and this is a picture during its travel to the relocation in August this year. And since the interior is protected, conservators have been involved in securing and conserving its interior and mobile cultural heritage before and after the relocation. So in summary, the conservators has been involved in the conservators I know have been involved in around 40 relocated buildings. And generally this is because the building is protected under the act and not the interior or the mobile cultural heritage. And therefore the built heritage antiquarian is consulted during this relocations. Conservators have been involved in conserving selected pieces of mobile cultural heritage from the old buildings, which could be relocated, but often in new buildings. A fun fact is that the church windows in the first floor was taken out and replaced with painted wood during the move, just to keep the glass secured. So what has happened after the building is relocated? And this is a picture from a relocated area. And I'm so sorry about the dark, but it's polar night right now, so there was not much to do about it. But I think this area is very interesting from a conservative perspective because we have 3 different preservation methods here. We have one building that has been relocated and renovated. Next to it, there is one building relocated and restored. And next to that one, there's a reconstructed building which is completely new. And here are the same buildings in a better light. So the number 1 is the Engineer Villa. It's a listed building that was relocated and is owned by the mining company. And it has been renovated inside to look and be used like an ordinary office. The number 2 is Hjalmar Lundbomsgården, which is a listed building that was relocated and restored. But this restoration did not involve conservators. It was restored by craftsmen to look like a historic house inside. And it helped out by built heritage antiquarians because it was the shell being protected. Today, there is a cafe and private museum inside. And number 3 is the mining company hotel, and it was a listed building, but the building was deemed too complicated to relocate. So it was decided that the architects would study the original drawing and recreate what it would have looked like considering today's building rules and regulation. So this building was recreated. And in this area, the mining company moved a few listed renting houses. However, people living in those houses was relocated and new tenants were acquired. So even though your house is being moved, you are not entitled to move back, whether you're a company, a private person, or whatsoever. So what does the new city center look like? Well, everything is built at the same time, but they try to make variations in sizes and color. And these houses and city planning is not really adapted to the Arctic climate. The flat roofs are not adapted for snow, and the roofs are leaking. The new location is not in the south of the mountain, it's on the north, and the north is much cooler. The architecture is not adapted for the winds, and it is difficult for the sun to reach the courtyards. And so to the left, you see the door to my work. That is difficult to close and open because the entrance is in floor level, which is not suitable for snow and ice. And it has also been confirmed by Professor Jenny Sjöholm, who is a built heritage antiquarian from the Department of Conservation in Gothenburg, that has written an article that concluded that the original town plan in Old City was strategically designed to provide shelter from wind and create comfortable outdoor spaces. But in contrast, the newly relocated town center is situated in a cooler, less sheltered area, and this layout has reduced solar access. She also concludes that research indicates that urban development into Arctic regions often replicates generic planning and design approaches derived from southern context. southern contexts. This tendency is not necessarily driven by an ambition to attract southern migrants, but rather emerges as a byproduct of cost efficiency and standardization within the construction industry. And this tends to favor conventional solutions over locally adapted ones. And another contributing factor is likely that the architects and planners often are based outside the Arctic region, which may influence urban design decisions. So I got a notice that my house is being redeemed in September this year. And this is my house in the picture. It was built in 1960 with a very preserved interior. This area was especially designed by the architect Jan Turefjell for this slope in the Arctic climate. And you can notice the angle of the roof, which makes the snow fall from the roof, and the big windows in the south for catching as much daylight as possible. The inserted balcony and entrance protects from snow and wind. And how it practically works is that the mining company is buying my house, and I can either choose money plus 25% according to the mining law, or I can get a new prefabricated and standardized house from a catalog, which will most likely not be adapted for the Arctic climate. And how do I feel? Well, first I feel sad, then I feel anger, and then acceptance, and then sadness again, and then it goes around like that. But for tenants, it can become significantly more expensive to be relocated, which have resulting in a gentrification in the new city center. Because in Sweden, we generally pay according to standard in rental facilities and not for location. And since the standard in a new construction are higher, the rent is also significantly higher than in the old city center. Even visitors noting that there is something strange going on. This notice a friend of mine found at a bus stop in Kiruna, and I think it's very poetic. It says, "Welcome to take the bus from the city of Kiruna without a center down to the city's new suburb with a completely new center, but without a city." So how are we preparing for cultural heritage resilience? We had the TIKI, the International Committee for Conservation of Industrial Heritage. They had a conference here this September. But however, no one from the mining company or the municipality joined as visitors because I hear they are overwhelmed with work because relocating a city takes a lot of time and a lot of work. But they did take part in a panel at the library, which was much appreciated, and they did have a few panels in the program. Yes. As they relocated the church, it closed for 2 years, and Kin Contemporary Art Museum invited the artist Mats Leidestam to interpret the altarpiece and conduct an artistical research of the altarpiece. And here is from the opening. And currently there are 2 artists, which are called Bella Rune and Jonas Nobel, who has made an installation that is inspired by pieces of cultural heritage from the old city hall that is now demolished. And last year, Kiruna was chosen as a European Capital for Culture 2029. And during the jury visit, I pledged for Kiruna and the possibilities to synchronize the different community-driven layers of cultural expressions, both material and immaterial, to get rooted in the new city. And I hope that the European City for Culture can give culture the energy it needs in this town, because the town otherwise has a lot of industrial focus. And this picture is from a conversation at the library, and it is Maria Svonni from the Sami Nomadic Art Initiative Verde, who moderated a talk on how to involve Sami, which is our indigenous people, architecture in the urban planning and architecture in a new city. And the backstory was that the Sami people is not yet visible in the new city center. And from what I understand, Sami architecture is not only about the building, but also about the process, the knowledge of the site, and the local culture. And it is a circular, not linear timeline, and it's both for past and present generation. And I understand that Sami architecture starts with relations and materials, and then they develop it together with the community. And this week, it was announced that they have been granted a postdoc position to develop this further. I'm very happy about that. So, what are my observations? Well, To relocate a city because of industrial activity where the industry is owned by the state is in practice the state relocating the city. The urgency creates stress and stress decisions. There is a lack of land. Kirja is found on unceded land that is now owned by the state, and it is protected from exploitation. And there is also the Reindeer Herding Act, that protects the samurai to practice reindeer herding in this area. There is also a lack of houses for accommodation because more houses have been demolished and rebuilt. And this has resulted in a fly-in, fly-out situation. The industry relocating the city gives a very industrial process, which creates cost-efficient and standardized solution that is not always locally sensitive. Everyone is doing the best they can, but it is out of the ordinary, and it is overwhelming and exhausting, and it has been going on for 2 years, and it will last 3 more years. I think it's interesting that the Swedish Historic Environment Act is not adopted for relocation of buildings and that they are considered new buildings, which makes them pretty much completely altered inside. There are movable heritage pieces that have been preserved, but they are out of context and it's not really clear where they should go. There are storages where you can recycle them, but it's not used as much as it could. And this recycle and reuse does not always fit in the standardized and cost-efficient solution. And often it seems like the architects want to build like their house and did not recycle and reuse. And I think we need extra cultural energy to get rooted and rebuild and reconnect with our heritage again. And I'm very happy for the European Capital for Culture 2029. So Kiruna is going under a transition, and how to conserve material and immaterial cultural heritage is a challenge. And it is interested with the listed buildings that has been relocated, restored, or renovated compared to reconstructed. And I do think the reconstructed building is impressive and maybe a bit more authentic since it's only the outer shell of the other buildings that is relocated. And for a resilient future, I would wish an architecture and urban design that is locally adapted. I would wish for a conservation, reconstruction, or reconnection with movable and immovable cultural heritage. And I think this could both be achieved if also incorporating respectfully reuse and recycle as well, or reconstruction. But this takes time and local knowledge, and since it is not a standardized and prefabricated solution that is often comes from the South, and I fear it is not prioritized right now in terms of money or time. And this was my conservation perspective. And I look forward to meeting you in the breakout room. Thank you.
Yes, Lisa, wow. Thank you so much for your heartfelt perspective. Although some of the policies you mentioned are frankly shocking. So thank you for shedding light on those. I think it's very important that you came into this conference and spoke from your heart about those. And also, we often discuss climate change and these anthropogenic disasters as abstract concepts. And it's so important for those most affected to share their experiences. And so thank you so much for taking the time and doing that. We have a Q&A as well after the next speaker. So hopefully you'll be around for that. I'll summon you.
I'm here.
Okay, wonderful. Thanks, Lisa. So our next speaker is Johanna Leisner. Johanna, you want to turn your camera on?
I cannot. It is blocked. Okay.
Oh, this has been.
Okay, good.
Of course it is.
Now,
there we go.
Thank you.
Nice to see you. So Johanna is the chair of the EU-OMC, which stands for Open Method of Coordination, correct? Yes. Expert group of member states on strengthening cultural heritage resilience for climate. Johanna is speaking about strengthening cultural heritage resilience for climate change, a European perspective for future closer cooperation. So Johanna, the floor is yours, and we look forward to speaking with you after.
Yeah, thank you so much. First of all, let me thank you for inviting me, and also to the previous speakers, because they have been touching upon topics which we have been dealing also in the expert group of the European member states and brought together into this famous OMC report. So we are now switching a little bit, and it was also touched upon by Lisa. It is, we need policies in place to really find the most sustainable solutions, how we can adapt and how we can have really a resilient future. And next slide, please. So what is this famous OMC expert group? I just want to tell that quickly. It was the first time in 2021 that a political mandate from the highest decision-making body of the European Union, the Council of the European Union, was given to the topic, what are the impacts of climate change on cultural heritage? The Council of the European Union, they wanted to know from us expert group, what is the state of play in the EU and in the member states? First of all, regarding policies, which policies are in place? Then we should collect and identify what are the emerging threats of climate change on cultural heritage. And the most difficult task was what was already there as a good practice example. And we also looked into that climate, the cultural heritage is not only a victim of climate change, but it also can contribute to solve the problems of climate change. As we have just heard by Lisa, that the houses in Kiruna, the old ones, they were perfectly adapted to the Nordic climate. But when we use prefabricated structures, then this will not work any longer. And of course, we should do also awareness raising. And this is why I'm here today. Thank you for inviting me. And our final output was a report where we have put 10 recommendations for the EU and its member states. Next slide, please. So the threats we were collecting and asking our experts were, we have heard already a lot today about it. So that is severe precipitation. We will see much more extreme events, long heat waves, but we still also will see a lot of extreme cold events, not only heat waves, but also cold waves, droughts, sea level rise. We have already heard from Tuvalu and also from Birke. And indirect threats. Indirect threats are when the people are forced to leave their homes, but also geopolitical implications. Coastal erosion is a very, very big topic, but also the gradual climate change, which is mostly affecting our collections inside the museums and inside historic buildings. High humidity, low humidity is a problem. And here we have also seen a lot of new from the biology, increase of pests we can see now, which we don't want. On the one side, of course, we want to have insects and we don't want that they are dying, but we don't want them in our museums or in our archives. And for cultural landscapes, we see a lot of dieback of vegetation because of extreme events and because of the really gradually changing climate. And we see also for historic gardens, it will be a very big problem, the migration of foreign species. Next slide, please. We asked also our delegates, what do you think is the highest risk potential by type of heritage? We also looked into intangible heritage, but here we didn't find a lot of information, at least until 2022. But for the tangible heritage, most of our experts said, of course, buildings and monuments, because they are very visible. Cultural landscapes, underwater heritage. We have heard it also from the previous speakers, how important that is. And we will see much more underwater heritage in the next 50 years. But for the movable heritage inside the buildings, we have not found a lot of information at that time. So there is still room for more research. Next slide, please. Coming back to the political situation, as we have just heard also from Lisa, we need policies in place to protect our cultural heritage also from climate change. And here we have looked into what is happening at the level of the member states, and we found that in 2022, 9 countries out of the 27 had no policies in place where cultural heritage is included in climate change policies. One of the big difficulties is still the same case, it didn't change, is that the different ministries are responsible for cultural heritage and a different ministry is responsible for climate change. But there are examples, good practice examples. For example, Italy and Spain, they had already a national strategy of adaptation to climate change in place, and also other countries like Ireland. Next slide, please. So when we published our report in September 2022, we have asked our colleagues 2 years later, by whom were you invited to present the OMC report, and how many times has this report been presented? And you can see here we have been really many times invited to give presentations about our work. More than 160 presentations have been given in nearly all the European countries and even beyond, United States, Chile, Canada, and so on, at the European Council and at the European Parliament. We have been presenting this report at the G7 meeting, at the G20 meeting, at COP27, and also at the EU Mediterranean conference. And this year it was also possible to personally hand over the report to the President of the European Commission. And we hope that she will take it into consideration and will address this topic, how heritage is really under pressure, in her next big speeches. Next slide, please. From whom did this report receive attention in the country? We asked our colleagues. And you can see mostly interested, of course, were heritage managers, but also policymakers and stakeholders, and also some other persons. Next slide, please. Coming to the good practice examples. That was in 2022 the most difficult task, because no one of our colleagues knew anywhere a place or a platform where they easily could see what kind of good practice examples are already in place. But finally, we could find 83 good practice examples from 26 countries. 2 countries were not able to deliver any good practice examples. And what was very astonishing is that mostly all these good practice examples were driven by research projects. And that shows us, and I mean, this is what we have heard also today, research is really the indispensable driver of implementation, that we really do the sustainable solutions, that we are drawing from research. What can we do to adapt and to make our heritage resilient for the future? This is why we need research. And here the European Union has really played a very important role, because it was the first institution in the world who has made a call already 22 years ago to first study what are the impacts of climate change on cultural heritage. And it has since then been making more and more calls on this topic. And this is really a very, very good success of the European Research Program. You can find all these good practice examples you see here the internet site where you can download it. It's 183 pages from the 83 good practice examples from the 26 European countries. Next slide, please. Here, one good practice example from research. That was a research which I have been the coordinator. It has been concluded a long time ago, nearly more than 10 years ago. But when we finished this project, I have to say that nobody in the heritage sector was really interested in our results. And what did we do? We had, for the first time, we were bringing together climate models, what are the prospects for the future climate together with whole building simulation tools. And with this bringing together of these two simulation tools, we could see what are the impacts on the indoor climate and on the built heritage and the future energy demand until the year 2100. Next slide, please. Here you can see one of our simulations, and I'm coming back what we have just also heard from the previous speakers. You see, we will have, of course, with the global climate warming, we will see less heating, but we still need, of course, heating. But what we see more and where we need most of the energy is for cooling and also for dehumidification, because when we have high temperatures and extreme rainfalls, of course, the humidities will increase also inside the buildings. And these two processes, cooling and dehumidification, are still the most expensive and most energy intensive ones. And this is why we welcome all the solutions we have heard by our colleague Thomas Speck, how we can use and learn from nature to do this really energy efficient. Here again, we see how important research is. Next slide, please. Here is only one of our recent research work where we have been working together with the German Climate Service Center in Germany, and they have been doing for us a very robust climate modeling on 10 different regional climate models to really have robust information how, for example, the number of heat days with temperatures above 30 degrees will change in Germany in the next decades. And you can see the red color really shows that we need to invest in how we can cool our buildings, not only because art objects are suffering from the heat waves, but also we human beings are not adapted to temperatures over 42 or 45 degrees for a longer time. Next slide, please. And here is also an output of this project. We have been developing so-called climate fact sheets, and they can be used to either inform easily for negotiations when you have to negotiate a budget for your institution. And then you can easily show them what is at stake, what will be the future climate, and what kind of problems need to be solved. Next slide, please. Here you can see this is for the Charlottenhof Palace in Potsdam, and here you can see the forecast also for the precipitation, which is really a robust increase, but also for the growing degree days, which is very important, for example, for the historic and cultural landscapes in Potsdam. Next slide. Another example, which was also touched upon by the previous speakers, is how can we make resilient storages for our cultural heritage objects, but also how we can, when we see a lot of translocation and also demolition, how can we reuse historic building materials and techniques, for example, for contemporary buildings? That was one of our very nice good practice examples from Belgium. Next slide. Yeah, and the most important is what are the results then of our work, of the report and our presentations. And we can be really proud. We have achieved a lot of good results. For example, it was possible that more member states now have implemented cultural heritage into their national adaptation plans to climate change. France was the last country to join, but also Germany has now a national adaptation plan for climate change where cultural heritage is included. And I have heard from many people working at universities, they told me that they are using the OMC report for training their students as a knowledge resource. And last week I was in the Chateau de Versailles, and the responsible preventive conservation scientists told me that they are using the OMC report as a guiding document for developing their whole preventive conservation strategy. And coming back to research, it is important that we have also budgets for research. And this is why it is so important that we are having cultural heritage embedded in all the mainstream policies. And one of the most important impacts of our report was the motivation for the European Commission to call for a new program. It is the European Partnership Program on Resilient Cultural Heritage, which will be implemented next year in 2026 until 2036. And already 30 countries have joined this partnership program. And in the budget will be around 200 million euro. So there will be a lot of opportunities for cooperation and more research into find the best and sustainable solutions for our resilient future. Next slide, the last one is only about how we can use modern technologies. And here it is about Earth observation services and satellite data for the protection of cultural heritage. Next slide. And this is about, next slide, please. More. Doesn't show. Yeah, we have been designing a survey, and it is open until the 28th of February next year, where we want to explore what are the needs from the cultural heritage sector so that they are using more and more satellite data and Earth observation tools to the protection of cultural heritage, to be prepared for climate change, extreme events, but also for times of conflict. And here you can see the internet site. We have the survey in English, Italian, German, and in Greek. And I really would like to ask you, please fill out this survey. It is important that we have as many respondents as possible, because it always is better if we speak to policymakers when we can say, okay, we have 100 or 200 people filled out these surveys instead of only 15. Next slide. Next slide. No, go on. No. Okay, that was not shown. Yeah, we also have published a white paper. Next slide, please. 2 weeks ago, and it is called the Heidelberg White Paper. It is in English and German, and is for decision makers, because we want really that Europe, and in cooperation, of course, with our international partner, uses much better the satellite data for the protection and the preparedness for a resilient future. And you can also see here the good practice examples we have been collecting, where cultural heritage has already been using these Earth observation data, and how this contributes also to reduce the management costs, for example. And I hope I could show you now a little bit what Europe is doing and what is needed also on the political level, so that we can together find the best solutions, how we can make our heritage resilient for the future. Thank you so much. Next slide, please. No, next slide. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, wow, Johanna, thank you so much. Your talk was wonderful, and it was a great way to end the day, because you are underscoring that safeguarding cultural heritage from climate change is not just like a technical issue, but a shared responsibility across borders, requiring sustained collaboration and knowledge exchange. And in a way, this also sums up one of the main objectives for this conference, right? So the international knowledge exchange that we had this week is in itself building future resilience for cultural heritage. I'd like to invite Lisa back to the main stage. Hi, Lisa. Hi. We have a brief Q&A session. There's quite a few questions for both of you. I'm going to start with Lisa. So someone asked, once the urgency of needing to move the entire town subsides, will there be an opportunity to work with the city to amend some of the issues you discussed? Conversely, are there things that cannot wait and need to be addressed now?
No, I think I think it's long processes. They have said 10 years because they need the law is as such that it needs to be turned out to an industrial area before they can start planning the mine under which is under the city. So I don't think it's that the houses are falling apart. So I do think there is time. But the problem is that they have done a lot of surveys, involved a lot of people, had a lot of dialogues, etc. But there is like not enough time, energy, or like people or competences or like the municipality. There is not enough muscles, not enough resources to gather all of this. So because everyone is overwhelmed, I do feel that it's like the setup in the municipality is like the ordinary setup. And they are not like it would be one thing if you're dealing with like one swimming hall, etc. But there is swimming hall, there is the ice hockey hall, there is the school, there is the nursery, there is the hospital. There are so many things that there is not enough time. So that is like the time. It's not that the houses is falling apart because we are falling into the sinkhole. The sinkhole is there and it's eating the town slowly. So that is not. It's the time of people. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
Thank
we are a
you.
very small community, like
Yeah.
18,000. It's very small. So
18,000.
18,000, yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that's a lot to take on for such a small community.
Yeah. But I do hope we call it the city transformation 2.0. So we do try to hope that everything that is not like people is not feeling heard for this 20 years, this first evacuation. So I think we're hoping that we will get heard this time. Yeah, but let's see. It's the dialogue they have started with me of taking my house is not like doesn't show any because they are an industry. They think in an industrial way. They are not the competences. It's not people, and there is like nobody on our side because the government is the industry, owns the industry. So we feel very small. Yeah.
Right.
Can I make a recommendation to you, Lisa?
Yes.
Please refer when you want to become the cultural capital. Refer to the OMC report because there we have been putting together also what you have addressed here, that you have to use the local materials, the local architecture adapted to the local climate. That is all in this report. And it is a political mandate that was also given by Sweden. So Sweden were also sent their experts. And it is a political document that you can use, and especially in the light when you are a European capital of culture, use this report really, and that will help you, that give you, let's say, the legal support.
Thank you. I'm writing everything down. Thank you so much.
That sounds very
And we also have the executive summary in the 24 languages of the EU. So we have an executive summary of the OMC report, but the report itself is in English, French, and German. But use this when you talk to the people from the city council.
Yeah,
It is
and
about maladaptation also, and it is also about maladaptation. We have a whole chapter on maladaptation. If we are using exactly what you said, prefabricated parts and standardized parts, this will lead to a lot of maladaptation.
Exactly. That's exactly what is happening. Yeah, exactly.
Sorry.
No,
Yeah,
I'm so
great.
happy that this is you both are connecting this way. And
Yeah.
for Lisa, for you, and like pushing forward this nomination and how important it would be then it's like
It
a
is.
morale boost for your community and like it's this maybe you can talk about that a little bit as
We
well.
got selected, so it is. We are the European Capital of Culture.
Oh, you are. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought so. I just wasn't. Yeah.
I'm
You were talking about, like,
sorry.
the interview. No. I thought so.
We got selected.
I wasn't sure. I didn't want to jump the gun.
No.
Yeah, exactly. And like how important this is then, like as a
Yeah.
community to celebrate that together.
And I'm very happy about this postdoc that the Sami Art Initiative added that because they are talking about the same thing, the Sami architecture, about the slow process, the knowledge, the materials, the local people, the circular. It's very very good. I'm really happy about that. So hopefully, but it is a bit scary because the mining company, there is a lot of money involved, and we feel very small because it's this giant. So we feel very small. But let's hope we are doing what we can. But it's exhausting. We are struggling. But we are trying. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I hope everyone in this conference can amplify your voice, and we're all you have a community internationally of individuals that are willing to help out in any way they can, and you can always call on them and call on us. And to wrap up with Johanna's one question, this kind of ties in. So in what ways can traditional knowledge and skills contribute to climate action in the heritage sector?
Well, as we have heard a lot, I mean, our ancestors, they have been struggling. They know how we have been adapting to the different climates already. But this is the knowledge we have completely forgotten. Yep. And the modern architects, they build houses and everywhere the same, no matter what kind of climate it is. And I think this is now changing. Yes, in the last years, there is starting a change. But I think we can learn so much from our traditional knowledge and from our indigenous people, because but they were quite successful also to be presented at the different climate conferences. I think there is now happening a change, but we still have to keep on saying exactly the same things every time, every meeting. And but if we are losing all the cultural heritage because on such an unprecedented speed and scale, we will of course also lose this knowledge. And this is why it is so important that we digitize it, because with every tangible heritage, an intangible heritage is attached. So they both go together. We cannot separate them. And this is so important what I have heard today are doing. It is extremely important. The work you are doing, continue, fight for research projects, fight for projects where the community is engaged, and speak with the political decision makers, because it is the finance ministers, is the industry ministers who don't know anything about it. And today we had a seminar. Every minute in Europe, one building will be demolished every minute. And even protected buildings are demolished. So then all this knowledge of the intangible knowledge, what our ancestors knew, is gone. And this is incredible. And there is an initiative, I will post it, where you have to sign, and they are calling for renovation first and then only demolition. And that's going on in Europe right now. We need 1 million signatures. This movement was started by a young architect, and we hope to get the 1 million signatures that we can talk with the people, because construction industry, they only want to build without any respect for the traditional knowledge, for our cultural heritage. And that is what we need to. We cannot stop it completely because we also have a housing crisis, but at least we can bring in another dimension, and the more human dimension, and the heritage, which will not be eaten away by climate change, cannot be eaten away by this like a cancer industry, construction industry. Sorry to be so bold.
No, that was perfect, and we love the energy and passion. This was the perfect way to end the proceedings today. And what
I feel hope. I feel hope.
Exactly.
Thank you.
We are here to support you, Lisa.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
And it's like, but what's really interesting, I feel like what emerged throughout today is that despite whatever, new technologies or methods we develop to protect cultural heritage, the true resilience comes from the people and the communities and coming together and the knowledge sharing. So in this sense, I hope we are all walking away from this conference with a feeling of optimism for whatever the future holds. And I thank you all. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Johanna. I'm going to hand over to my colleague, Peter, who's going to quickly discuss some of our organization committee members and the work that they're doing. So Peter, take it away.
Okay, well, thank you. we just saw a map, and maybe we can show the map again.
We could show the map. Sure, let's show the map.
Sure. No, it was Jenny. Could you? Yes, thank you. So this is just a little map of all the registrants of this conference. They came from 74 countries, and we had 700 registrants altogether. And you can see it all over the world. The darker ones are higher numbers, and the lighter ones are lower numbers. But it is quite impressive that even people who would probably have to get up during the night did attend it or did register for it. So thank you very much for this, and I will quickly share my screen now. If I may, Jenny, thank you. I would like to introduce you to one of the organizing entities in this conference, and that is the Leibniz Research Network Preservation. We do have several non-university research organizations in Germany, and Johanna is part of one, the Fraunhofer. These are all spread out all over Germany. We have Fraunhofer, as I said, Johanna is part of that. We have Helmholtz, we have Leibniz, that's us, and we have Max Planck. And the Leibniz Association is the one we are looking at today in this short presentation here, which is unscheduled. The Leibniz Association holds 96 institutes, research institutes in different areas, and they are spread all over Germany again. And there are 8 research museums involved, and that are these. 8 of them in all kinds of fields. And 3 of them were involved in the running of this conference, and that is Deutsches Bergbau-Museum, Deutsches Museum in Munich, and US Museum for Naturkunde, so Natural History Museum in Berlin. And now the research museums are of national importance, and they combine federal and state funding, which is good for them. But they are also, the objectives are also outlined by government white papers, and that is quite important because we have to. There are certain tasks for us outlined in there, and that's we share into that. We dig into that with our Leibniz network, research network preservation. Now, why do we have a research network on conservation or restoration? We call it preservation in opposition to the nature conservation, which we also have. There are more than 100 million objects in the 8 Leibniz research museums, and this refers to cultural, natural, and technical history. And we want to understand the aging factors and the factors of disintegration of material and so on, and to strengthen resilience of the objects. And that is one common goal here. And these goals are also shared in the white papers, and so we want to contribute to that. But we are not only those 8 research museums in our network, we also have 4 other institutes, 4 other Leibniz institutes on material science and others. And so this is the complete list here. And you see part of our flyer on the right. So what are our goals? Our goals are strengthening interdisciplinary research and networking, that is both on the national and international level, and as you can see here, the transfer of expertise, and that is exactly what we're doing right now. And also we want to increase the visibility of conservation research in politics and society, and that all is in accordance with those 2 white papers I mentioned. And just a quick note, we have been active since 2015, informally, but only since 2021. We were founded as a formal network, formal research network back then by Stefan Brüggerhoff. We do have working groups. One is already over. That was this display cases, but there's one on sustainability, on biocides, on plastics and rubbers, and disaster preparedness. So that is connecting us as museums, as research museums, and we do that. And we also do research on that and try to get third-party funding on that. And we also publish results in that. The results would be shared with the community. Now, we do also participate on the national, international level in networks, and on the national levels, it would be the Plattform Konservierungswissenschaften, which you probably don't know, but also the Forschungsallianz Kulturerbe. Now, again, you will see Fraunhofer there again, and Johanna Leisner is active there. And on the international, international level, there's all reaching out to Smithsonian and this conference here with ICOM-CC and so on. And we have also the visibility for politics and society. And we want to, I want to show you two pictures on this parliamentary evening we had. And there's, of course, Johanna Leisner there, handing over the report she was just talking about to our ex-foreign minister. And I was standing like 2 meters away and did not dare to approach him. Oh, well, that was me. Anyway, so Johanna also mentioned the European Partnership for Resilient Cultural Heritage, and our network is partner. Two museums of our network are partnered to that network, to that project. So we are hoping to get some research done then. Okay, now one important thing is the transfer of expertise, and that is done in different ways. But one way is online conferences, and we have an online conference series indeed, and we try to keep it as barrier-free as possible. We started out in the COVID year 2020 when we teamed up with the University of Cambridge Museums to the Plastics in Peril Conference. 2021, we had a German one, German-speaking one. 2022, Focus on Conservation Facing Climate Change, again with Cambridge University Museums. Then we had another German one teamed up with two German institutions, basically. And then last year, disaster risk management for cultural heritage with 1,900 registrations. We came not close to that, but we reached 700 registrations for this one here. And again, ICOM-CC and Smithsonian and also Key Culture were part of the team. And with that, I would like to also share the links to the past conference recordings, the English ones that can be found under these titles here. And for that, I would like to thank you very much for your attention. And I would love to have all the team on screen now. The team, please open your cameras and come on and be pinned by Jenny so that we can all celebrate together. But before doing that, I would like to hand over to Marisa from the Deutsches Museum in Germany. You maybe want to have a few closing remarks.
No, I just think it was a fantastic 4 days together, and I think also it was fantastic to have so many different disciplines, points of views, with knowledge from original indigenous cultures, to be aware that even though perhaps in Europe or North America we have a more privileged situation, the world is much bigger, and we need to be all together to face indeed the future. The knowledge and the know-how, it's very relative. Of course, we need to continue to develop, but as we've seen, also look back to what previous cultures and generations knew is very important. They also were very resilient. They also managed to go through several adaptations. And so I think this is exactly the way to continue, give the hands to everybody, be open to different knowledge, know-how, and be able to adapt and have energy to learn more. So
there's one more thing. that we would like to see. We would love to see you again in hopefully 2 years' time when this conference will be done again.
Yes, and actually, the conference is not completely over because we have the Meet the Speakers session. I know many of you have been anticipating this. So we're going to join our breakout rooms. If you want to click the join button the breakout room button, you can choose the room you want to attend, the speaker you want to talk to. You can jump around to different rooms. So we look forward to seeing you in the breakout rooms, which I'm going to join Lisa right now. Okay. Here we are. Lisa was just showing me Lisa knitted this sweater herself.
Yeah, and this one.
Isn't that stunning? So beautiful. Okay, so here we are, the remaining 35 participants and attendees. On behalf of the organizing committee, we thank you all for your active participation today, your patience through our technical difficulties. Here's some information on the organizing committee organizations. And we look forward to the next session, the next iteration of Focus on Conservation. And we thank you all so much. And with that, I'm going to leave you all. I hope you have a lovely rest of your day, evening, morning, probably not morning, but rest of your day and evening. And thank you again for being a part of this. Maybe the organizing committee can turn on their cameras once more. A huge round of applause to them. There was so much work that was put into this. We've been, meeting for months and the background organization, behind the scenes organization to keep things running smoothly. I'm very proud of this group. So thank you all.
And thank you, Kim, for doing such a great job at moderating today. It's very appreciated. Well done.
Thank you.
Indeed.
And thank you also to Prince Media to help us behind the scenes.
Thank you, Marisa.
Yes,
Yeah,
Prince Media, where are you?
Oh gosh, where's Jenny? Jenny did the most seamless transition today. There she is. I will
Maybe you
never
want to ping
forget
yourself.
I'll never forget Jenny's transition. That was
thank you.
No one even saw it. No one even noticed. It was that smooth.
It was lots of fun. Thank you so much.
So thank you so much, Prince. Oh, and there's Jürgen.
Yeah, Jürgen.
Computer too.
Jürgen, thank you. Thank you. Okay, and
Peter, do you have any information about when the recordings will be ready?
I would ask Jenny for that.
Yeah, we will do our best to provide you with all the videos next week.
Oh, that's way more. That's way sooner than I expected, Jenny. Thank you. That would be amazing.
You're just getting the raw material. If you want us to do some edits or whatever, we can still do that in the end, or after you've watched them. Yeah.
All right, everyone. Should we enter the team break? Is there a breakout room for team?
Yes.
Should we do that?
Yes, please.
All right. Then good night, everyone. Good day. See you next time.
Next time.